Chapter 26:19. The enemy is here. Bastard. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Sigh. Yenshan King let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but admit that he was an unqualified master. However, Jiang Gaofei stood up and laughed arrogantly. Yenshan Emperor, I know that you're going to kill me today. Since that's the case, our relationship as master and disciple is over. Don't blame me for being merciless, you're the one who forced me to do this. Moreover, as a master, you killed your disciple. Who can be more cold-blooded than you? Today, all of you must die. All of you are jealous of me and want me dead. You won't live past today. Jiang Gaofei became hysterical as he roared again and again. Yenshan Emperor and the rest frowned. Jiang Gaofei, what did he mean? Jiang Gaofei, you're really disappointing. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a large number of figures came from afar. They were from Meiyu sect and Taichu sect. Moreover, the leaders of the two sects came personally. This was the gathering of the three leaders of the flame world. This was the first time many people saw the three strongest cultivators of the flame world together. Old Mei, Taichu, what's the meaning of this? Yenshan Emperor looked at the sky and frowned. I think we don't have to waste time explaining. An old man in a Taoist robe said calmly. There was a flaming moon embroidered on the back of his robe. He was the leader of Meiyu sect. In fact, Yenshan Emperor had already guessed it. He looked at Jiang Gaofei and asked, You colluded with them? Yenshan Emperor, it's too late for you to know. Jiang Gaofei immediately sneered, causing Elder Chen and the others to curse him. This was simply a cruel and unscrupulous beast. Most importantly, he obviously wanted to seize the Yen Emperor sect, but he acted like a victim. It was extremely shameless. Jiang Gaofei, I asked you to take control of the Flame Emperor sect. It's such a simple task and you can't even do it. You're really useless. The leader of Taichu sect said. According to their plan, Jiang Gaofei would take control of the Flame Emperor sect and then they would come and kill Yenshan Emperor. Who knew that it would still fail? A cockroach ruined my plans. Hearing the sect leader's words, Jiang Gaofei immediately said angrily. The cockroach in his words was Lin Ling. In his opinion, that Lin Ling was simply a lowly commoner among lowly commoners. He actually dragged down such a noble person like him. Alright, let's talk about this later. The two sect leaders spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at Yenshan King. In the past, we made an agreement to control the flame world together. However, you, Yenshan King, were too greedy. You took over the flame wheel and the mines. Hence, don't blame us for being merciless today. So that's how it is. You've been eyeing us covetously for a long time. What's with the excuses? Flame Flash King was not surprised by their ambition. In fact, he had been wary of them for a long time. It was just that they were not as strong as him, so he did not fear them. Let's cut the crap. Let's fight. The two sect leaders immediately unleashed their powerful auras, causing the flames to soar into the sky. Then they walked towards Flame Flash King. Sect Master. Many disciples of the Yen Emperor sect started to worry. It's all right. The sect master's strength is above theirs. They are here to die. Elder Chen said confidently. This was because this was not the first time such a battle had happened. In the past, the sect master had returned victorious. Moreover, the sect master was magnanimous. Every time he won, he did not kill the other party. This was because the sect master cared that the other party came from the same world and was from the same hometown. This was a secret of the Yen Emperor sect. Not many people knew about it. However, they did not know that this time, the other party came prepared. They were obviously very confident. Boom! The sect master of the Meiyu sect emitted a powerful aura. It was as if a flame god was floating in the sky. 4th level true god? You have broken through? Flame Flash King was originally very confident. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. The other party's cultivation level was higher than his. I used all the flame crystals in the sect to cultivate. I forcefully broke through so that I could defeat an old man like you. The sect master of the Meiyu sect roared proudly. Flame Flash King, To think that you would have such a day. The other sect master also shouted angrily. He raised both his hands and countless sparks of flames poured out. These flames were very small, like dust. However, when they landed on the bodies of the crowd, they immediately felt that the energy in their bodies was suppressed. They could not use any spiritual energy. Didn't you promise me that you would not devour the talent? Seeing this, Flame Flash King's expression turned ugly. This was because he had used the illusory demon flame, a level 9 awakened godly body. This demon flame was born in the flame world and was not very powerful. However, this talent had a fatal advantage. It could suppress all fire elemental talents and prevent fire elemental martial artists from using spiritual energy. In the past, Flame Flash King had seen this talent. However, because it could only suppress fire elemental martial artists, it had too many flaws. Therefore, he did not use it and even sealed the talent. Who knew that the sect master of the Taichu sect would violate the agreement and secretly refine the talent? This meant that it would be difficult for the sect master to change his talent. If he left this place, his strength would be limited. Any martial artist could defeat him. Only fire elemental martial artists would be suppressed by him. Although this talent is of little value, I have thought it through. As long as I don't leave this place for the rest of my life, it will be enough. Everyone here is a fire elemental martial artist. Therefore, my talent is enough to be called a king. The sect master laughed crazily. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect fell powerlessly on the ground. They had lost the ability to fight. This showed how heaven-defying the talent was. As for the disciples of the other two sects, they had their own special antidotes. Therefore they were safe and sound. Antidote. Jiang Gaofei also felt that his spiritual energy had been sealed. He quickly shouted. Soon, someone threw the antidote to him. This made him laugh excitedly. In the entire Yen Emperor sect, only Flame Flash King could still fight. After all, his talent was higher and he was immune to a portion of the demon flame's power. You all are despicable. At this moment, Flame Flash King felt that he was too kind in the past. Because if he wanted to dominate the flame world, he would have killed the two sect masters. He cared about the past, but the other party did not. Ha! Hearing this, the other two sect masters laughed sarcastically. Don't make it sound so good. You didn't kill us because you wanted to humiliate us slowly. We came from the same place, but you became a king in the flame world. We are all your subordinates. This is the feeling you want. One of them said coldly. A gentleman's virtue is like the wind, a villain's virtue is like the grass. Flame Flash King roared and then rushed towards the sky. Boom! His talent exploded, causing a blazing sun to appear in the sky. He was the most talented martial artist in the flame world. He had a true divine body. Court of the gods. After his talent exploded, flame gods descended from all directions, as though they were blessing Flame Flash King. This was the court of the gods. It was a unique characteristic of the divine body. It was similar to the divine light protection of the awakened divine body. It had a strong supporting effect. Temperature. Chapter 2620. Boom boom boom. The mountains around the Yen Emperor sect started burning without any fire. As for the people on the ground, their mouths and tongues were dry. Because the temperature was too high. Looking at the Yen Shan Emperor's aura, the two sect leaders looked serious. Although the Yen Shan Emperor's fire spiritual energy was suppressed, he was still a force to be reckoned with. His spiritual energy is depleting quickly. With the suppression of our evil flames, he will be defeated sooner or later. Delay him. Delay. The old man from the Meiyu sect said coldly. He was extremely cunning. 100,000 burning heavens and earth. Boom! While the two of them were talking, a huge flaming palm came. The Yen Shan Emperor's attack was coming. Stop him! The two sect leaders joined forces and used their ultimate skills. Boom! However, they were no match for the Yen Shan Emperor. After the first clash, they spat out blood and flew backwards. They were in a sorry state. Yen Shan Emperor, your attack has weakened. Come on. I know you are loyal and treat your disciples as your family. However, your family betrayed you and caused more people to die. Are you in pain? However, the two sect leaders endured their injuries and flew into the sky again. 500,000 flaming pagoda. Hearing their words, the Yenshan Emperor was enraged. An even more terrifying temperature burst out. 500,000 degrees. Boom. The mountains were roasted by the temperature and exploded. The Yen Emperor sect was also engulfed in flames. At this moment, the entire flame world seemed to have become the bottom of a volcano. However, the two sect leaders sneered. They did not want to fight the Yenshan Emperor head-on. Instead, they used their movement skills to fly in the sky. They were obviously trying to exhaust the Yenshan Emperor's energy. Yenshan Emperor, your daughter is very beautiful. After you die, I will treat her well and make her my 29th concubine. Ha, old May, after you are tired of her, you must let me play with her. As they ran, they mocked. Bastard! Behind them, the Yenshan Emperor was so angry that his eyes were red. He chased after them. Not good, sect leader fell for their provocation. If it wasn't for the illusory demonic flame, sect master wouldn't be afraid even if they were to play tricks. However, the illusory demonic flame is constantly suppressing sect master's spiritual energy. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest were extremely anxious. However, they did not even have the strength to fly and could not help at all. As time passed, Flame Flash King's aura began to weaken. The leader of the Meiyu sect sneered, stopped in her tracks, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Boom! Flame Flash King couldn't react in time and was immediately smashed to the ground. This made the sect leader stand in the sky and laugh out loud. After so many years, this was the first time he had seriously injured Flame Flash King. However, Flame Flash King was going all out. He rushed forward once again. But everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Yenshan King lost. Let's see how hard your bones are. Come on, you're worried about your daughter, right? I'll let my disciple humiliate her in front of you and let you hear your daughter's moans. The two sect leaders continued to provoke Flame Flash King with their words. They were like two cruel wolves toying with an injured elephant. Every time Flame Flash King was seriously injured, he would fight again and again until his entire body was covered in blood. Sect leader! Father! Seeing the tragic scene in the sky, all the Flame Emperor sect disciples' faces turned pale. They knew that they had lost the battle. They would all die. Yen Yeyu and Yang Xiaotian sat on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were filled with pain. They had tried their best, but it was a pity that they could not change the outcome. Flame Flash King, look at your daughter. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly sounded. Jiang Gaofei had already appeared in front of Yen Yeyu. Moreover, he grabbed Yen Yeyu's neck with his big hand. Marry me and I'll spare your father's life. Jiang Gaofei licked his lips. He wanted to humiliate Flame Flash King's daughter in front of him. This would also cause Flame Flash King's mind to be in a mess and he would be more likely to be defeated. Xiaoyu. In the sky, Flame Flash King was stunned. At this moment, the attacks of the two sect leaders arrived, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ground. Father! Yen Yeyu said with difficulty. Jiang Gaofei smiled proudly. However, just as Jiang Gaofei was expecting Yen Yeyu to nod her head, a firm voice sounded in Yen Yeyu's mind, Go forward, don't look back. Go to hell, bastard. You trash of the Flame Emperor sect. Yen Yeyu immediately scolded. Since she had decided to fight with her father, then she would continue to walk forward and never look back. This was what Lin Ling had taught her. No matter what kind of storm or calamity she would encounter, as long as she had made a decision, then she would walk forward resolutely. Bang! Yen Yeyu forcefully slapped Jiang Gaofei while scolding, causing the latter to be enraged. Flame Flash King, you dominate the flame world and do whatever you want. Today, I will let you watch your daughter die in front of you. Ha! You trash who values friendship and loyalty. You will definitely be in pain. Jiang Gaofei was hit by Yen Yeyu. He seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, What completely infuriated him was that sentence, "trash of the Flame Emperor sect." This reminded him of the strange gazes of his junior brothers. He threw Yen Yeyu far away. At this moment, the Flame Emperor sect had already been destroyed. There were flames everywhere. Yen Yeyu was thrown down the mountain and was about to smash into the flames. Her fate was obvious. Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene, Flame Flash King immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, he was too far away to save Yen Yeyu. "Senior sister!" All the disciples of the Flame Emperor sect shouted. They admired Senior Sister's courage, but they were unwilling to see her fall here forever. The Flame Emperor sect will never be defeated. At this moment, Yen Yeyu was smashed into the flames at the foot of the mountain, but she shouted. As the Senior Sister, she couldn't be weak in front of the Flame Emperor sect today. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor sect, her junior brothers, and all her friends and family would lose the will to fight. She must have the demeanor of a senior sister. However, as she got closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, her eyes started to moisten. She remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling once said that the Flame Emperor sect was too peaceful. Once they encountered a great calamity, they would definitely be wiped out. Lin Ling was right. "Lin Ling, you lied to me. You said that you would protect us if we made a deal." She couldn't help but cry. Although she had always been strong, she still had a weak side in her heart. At this moment, she saw a black shadow appear in the smoky sky. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. When everything became real, she stopped crying because it was a young man in a blue robe. "When have I, Lin Ling, not gone back on my words?" That lazy voice suddenly drifted into her ears. Soon after, she felt herself being hugged by someone. It was the most peaceful harbor in the world. Bang! At the same time, a figure hugged Yen Yeyu and slammed into the ground. Chapter 26-21. With me around, the Yen Emperor sect will have nothing to worry about. Following that smash, the flames on the ground scattered. A man carrying Yen Yeyu walked out from the dispersing flames like a flame god. Moreover, he was heading towards the top of the mountain. This scene shocked all the experts on the mountain peak. Who is he? Doubts arose in many people's hearts. However, it was undeniable that the man was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. This scene shocked their hearts. "Lin Ling, you're not dead." Being hugged by Lin Ling, Yen Yeyu felt like she was in a dream. Then she couldn't help but cry. Although she was Lin Ling's senior sister, in reality, Lin Ling was more like her senior brother. This mysterious man was carefree and unrestrained, standing aloof from worldly affairs. However, at critical moments, he was more reliable than anyone else. "Lin Ling, the Yen Emperor sect is going to be destroyed. Everyone is going to die." Yen Yeyu's tears flowed out. This caused Lin Ling to halt his steps. He shook his head and smiled. "Don't you still have me?" His voice was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Yen Yeyu was stunned. Lin Ling's smile was very charming, and she was actually mesmerized by it. But after Lin Ling put her down, she also reacted. They are two great sect masters. Although she knew that Lin Ling was very magical, she did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the two sect leaders. Unfortunately, after Lin Ling put her down, he had already climbed up the stairs to the Yen Emperor sect. At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect was covered in smoke, but it was silent. Just as the Yen Emperor sect was about to disappear from the world, a young man suddenly appeared and joined the battle. How could they not be shocked? Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, including the three sect leaders in the sky. "It's Lin Ling." Yang Shan was the first to speak, her face filled with joy. Elder Chen couldn't help but smile. But soon, their faces dimmed. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they didn't think that Lin Ling could change anything. Elder Chen almost shouted, "Lin Ling, get out of here." If they stayed in the Yen Emperor sect, they would be completely annihilated. However, before his voice could be heard, Lin Ling had already spoken. "As long as I'm here, the Yen Emperor sect has nothing to worry about." As soon as he said that, the Yen Emperor sect became even more silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would say something, but in the end, Lin Ling said that there was no need to worry about the Yen Emperor sect. And the only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Boom. In just a short moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. They couldn't believe it. The two sect leaders in the sky let out disdainful smiles. They did not even bother to look at Lin Ling. You are just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Who gave you such confidence? After hearing Jiang Gaofei's words, the disdainful smiles on the two sect leaders' faces deepened. They were wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Where did this junior come from? He's just a disciple, but he's deliberately mystifying things. Be the first to kill him. The disciples of the other two sects shouted coldly. Some of them were even tempted to kill Lin Ling. They were not even afraid of the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader. How could they be afraid of a disciple? Could it be him? At this moment, Yen Shan King's eyes flickered. He guessed that the young man was the one who had saved the Yen Emperor sect. This made him feel extremely grateful. When the Yen Emperor sect was in danger, the one who dared to fight against the enemy was a disciple that he did not know. Go, leave immediately. The Yen Emperor sect is like a flame. If it is extinguished today, it will burn again in the future and meet the flame world. Yen Shan King couldn't help but roar. That disciple was the pride of the Yen Emperor sect. With him around, the Yen Emperor sect would never disappear from the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about his words. Instead, he walked towards Jiang Gaofei. Jiang Gaofei sneered. He was not afraid at all. He did not realize that Lin Ling was already a true God realm expert. Perhaps to him, there were only 3 people in the flame world who had reached the true God realm. It was impossible for others to do so. But, are you not going to greet your senior brother? Jiang Gaofei said coldly. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Do you know? I hate ungrateful people the most in my life. Even though you're just an ant, you've successfully angered me. Ha! Jiang Gaofei could not help but laugh. Peasant, if you did not enter the Yen Emperor sect, you are nothing. You are the cockroach that ruined my plans. Do you know what you did wrong? You did wrong because you did not know your place and ruined my plans. He still regarded himself as the senior brother and Lin Ling as the junior brother. If the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy were here, they would definitely be laughing their heads off. Not everyone could be the senior brother of the #1 genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. He continued to look at Jiang Gaofei with contempt. Say that again. Jiang Gaofei's face immediately became gloomy. The word, trash, was his reverse scale. Look at my mouth. Lin Ling laughed. The reason why he was talking nonsense with this ant was because the other party disgusted him. Another sarcastic remark floated out in shock. Jiang Gaofei is the senior brother. He hates it when his junior brother looks down on him. That guy is pouring oil on senior brother Jiang's anger. There will be a good show to watch. The disciples of the two sects rejoiced in Jiang Gaofei's misfortune. As expected, Jiang Gaofei's face darkened. As a junior brother, you really can't see yourself clearly. Pitiful, you are the one who can't see yourself clearly. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He waved his right hand and a sword light flashed. The tyrannical Song sword once again shone in the flame world. Jiang Gaofei was unable to react in time. Everything below his knees was directly cut off, and his entire body fell to the ground. Then, a cry of pain floated out. You crippled me, Jiang Gaofei said in disbelief. He was shocked. What a fast sword. He did not even notice it. How could this junior brother Lin Ling be so strong? Do you know why I didn't kill you? I wanted to show you how strong your so-called world is. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He turned around and looked at the sky. Then he pointed his sword at the experts in the sky. I am a merciful person. I don't like to kill. The reason why I used my sword is because I owe the Yen Emperor sect a favor. I also made a deal with the young miss of the sect. So, you have 3 breaths of time to escape. The moment the sword was drawn, the world fell silent. However, the disciples of the two sects were stunned. So arrogant? Even the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect were shocked. Was Lin Ling going to kill them all? So powerful. Only Yang Xiaotian and Yen Yeyu had admiration in their eyes. Was this what a real martial artist was like? Compared to Lin Ling's arrogance, their martial arts practice was just child's play. You are just a disciple. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? However, after a moment of silence, the disciples of the two sects shouted angrily. Sect leader, I will kill him. I will. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. Chapter 26-22. Unparalleled Might. Die. Many disciples swooped down from the sky, fighting to be the first to attack. In their eyes, a mere disciple of the Yen Emperor sect was limited in strength. He might not even be as strong as an elder of the Yen Emperor sect. Some of the top geniuses from the two sects even said arrogantly, I don't care who you are, but you're obviously a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Let me, the number one genius of the Meiyu sect, fight you. Flames that filled the sky erupted at this moment. It was as if a multicolored meteor had smashed into the ground. Although the disciples of the two sects couldn't compare to the Yen Emperor sect, they had the advantage in numbers. If they attacked together, even the elders of the Yen Emperor sect wouldn't be able to block them. Their talents weren't weak either. They had all reached the 5th grade awakened godly body. Damn it. If my spiritual energy wasn't suppressed, I would definitely help him. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, everyone in the Yen Emperor sect was worried for Lin Ling. Although they knew who Lin Ling was, that was all they knew. Lin Ling used the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique, the Blazing Origin Protection Technique. Elder Chen was the one who was most worried about Lin Ling, so he reminded loudly. He knew that Lin Ling had just arrived, so he was the least affected by the demonic flames. However, his strength wasn't enough to stop the disciples of the two sects. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling just stood there motionless. Stupid, he's scared stupid. Jiang Gaofei roared on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted to see Lin Ling burn to death with his own eyes. Rumble. That was indeed the case. Countless flames came crashing down and drowned Lin Ling. But at this moment, swords flew out from Lin Ling's body, intertwining with each other. The sword light was like water. The 81 swords easily blocked the sea of fire in the sky. One had to know that no one in the World King realm could block the descent of the Sea of Flames. Therefore, everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone in the sky was stunned. The disciples of the Yen Emperor sect on the ground opened their mouths wide. In their eyes, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered as he stood on the ground. He held his sword with one hand and didn't move at all. Yet, those terrifying attacks were all blocked. To them, this scene was no different from a god. He didn't use any fire attribute martial arts? Even Elder Chen was in disbelief. In Flame World, fire attribute martial arts represented everything. When had he ever seen a sword path that had nothing to do with fire attribute? As for Jiang Gaofei, he was dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? He thought that he was the senior brother, and Lin Ling had joined the Yen Emperor sect later, so he was the junior brother. His status was not as high as his. However, he suddenly realized that this junior brother was mysterious beyond his imagination. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. A mere spark dares to compete with the sun and moon. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. He waved his sleeve as if he was the king of swords. Bush, bush. The Ashura sword formation shot towards the sky with a crushing force. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of fire that came crashing down from the sky was actually cut into pieces and exploded in all directions. With just a move, the attacks of all the disciples from the two sects were easily disintegrated. Those exploding flames sprinkled down like a rain of fire. However, in the dazzling rain of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Blue robe, ancient sword, like a fire god. So powerful! Yen Yiyu's eyes trembled violently. She never expected Lin Ling's strength to be beyond her imagination. Who is this guy? He doesn't have any fire attribute martial arts, but he easily blocked our attacks. Your strength is comparable to an elder's. Admirable. The top geniuses of the two sects stared at Lin Ling and said solemnly, "Of course, this is only for now. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. The title of Flame World's genius cannot be humiliated." Then they began to retreat. They didn't have the heart to fight. However, when they retreated, they were still arrogant because they were the geniuses of Flame World. However, they wanted to escape because they couldn't win? Wasn't this a little too optimistic? In front of me, no one in Flame World is qualified to be called a genius. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his ancient sword at the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. 81 Shura swords shot into the sky. The powerful aura caused the wind and clouds to roll in the sky. Indeed, in front of Lin Ling, they really weren't qualified to be called geniuses. Even in the martial god world, not many people dared to call themselves geniuses in front of Lin Ling. Not good. What kind of swords are those? Did this guy take advantage of us? He actually dares to attack us. Burn his swords. Seeing the black ancient swords shooting over, the disciples were immediately enraged. In their opinion, with the two sect leaders here, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, after the anger, they were also a little panicked. However, where the 81 swords passed, the sky was immediately filled with blood. No disciple was able to block those swords. Then, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and blood rained down like rain. Of the disciples that came out to fight, over 90% had been killed in a single move. There were still several disciples that hadn't died. At this time, their complexions were incomparably pale. They remembered Lin Ling's words. If they didn't retreat in 3 breaths of time, they would all be exterminated. At the time, these words were arrogant. But now, they were tyrannical. Looking at the unparalleled might of the swords, Yang Xiaotian and the others covered their mouths with their hands. Even Elder Chen's pupils widened. This was because he couldn't understand what those swords were. With such unparalleled might, Lin Ling was still a disciple? You beast, you are so heartless. What martial arts path do you speak of? Just wait for me to break your sword. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were stunned for a moment. Then they roared out in anger. Lin Ling wanted to cut off their sect's lineage. Moreover, he was killing their disciples right in front of them. How could they just stand by and watch? Flame Fist. Boom! A 9th-level World King Realm Elder attacked. His hands formed complex seals as he punched out. Horrifying flames condensed into a giant fist, as if they would destroy all the swords. It's Elder Giant Flame. Great. Great, he's finally made a move. Ha! Seeing this, the remaining people of the two sects cheered again and again. They looked forward to seeing the Flame Fist destroy all the swords. This was because Elder Giant Flame's strength was at the peak of the 3 great sects. But the Flame Fist was like a mountain and the 81 swords were like a swarm of locusts. They simply weren't on the same level. And most importantly, that Elder's talent was extremely formidable. He had a 9th grade awakened divine body. Lin Ling absolutely could not block him. You have formidable talent, but you don't even have the ultimate martial path, so how can you talk about the flame path? However, on the ground, Lin Ling coldly spat out a few words, causing the earth to fall silent. Lin Ling faced the elder's attack. Not only did he not treat it seriously, but he actually reprimanded the elder for his flaws in his cultivation. In the eyes of others, you may be an elder, but in my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Ha! Azura sword array go. Ha! Then Lin Ling shouted out loud, his sword pointing to the heavens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 81 swords turned into long snakes, as if they wanted to soar into the skies like eagles. And the giant flame fist also came smashing down. At this moment, countless people stopped breathing. They were extremely nervous, especially when the flame fist and the swords were about to collide. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Chapter 26-23. Half an hour. Rumble. However, the scene that everyone had imagined did not happen. Instead, the 81 black swords slashed through everything. The gigantic flaming fist was sliced into pieces and exploded, turning into incomparably resplendent fireworks that poured down onto the ground. Among the 81 swords, a black sword sliced through the air and split the elder into two. Before he died, he could only watch as his lower body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. When the elder's corpse floated down from the sky, the entire Yen Emperor sect fell into a deathly silence. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that defeating the Flaming Fist and not the ancient swords would be enough to defeat them. Who would have thought that the swords would be so sharp that they would cut through the flames like tofu and kill the elder? Even the elders couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Is this still Lin Ling? Cries of surprise finally rang out like the waves of the sea. Especially the elders of the Yen Emperor sect. They were tongue-tied because in their hearts, Lin Ling was a disciple who stood aloof from worldly affairs and had no ambition to improve himself. They had even thought of removing Lin Ling from his position as a disciple many times. But now, they realized that Lin Ling was even stronger than the elders. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't care about the elders' reprimand. With such strength, who would care? On the contrary, the elders who had reprimanded Lin Ling felt ashamed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling had already walked up to the sky. The Shura sword flew around him, and his long robe fluttered in the wind as he killed his enemies. Every time he swung his sword, a disciple would die. Every time he swung his sword, an elder would die. Every step he took killed 10 people, and the elders were no exception. Invincible. Lin Ling is invincible. The disciples of the Yen Emperor sect exclaimed in shock. The battle in the sky was a one-sided suppression. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Is this the real Lin Ling? Even Yang Xiaotian felt as if she was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Although she knew that Lin Ling was powerful, she still felt that it was a miracle when she saw Lin Ling easily suppress the two sects. Compared to their shock, the disciples of the other two sects were terrified. All of them had moved out, and none of them could stop Lin Ling. They could only be killed. They were arrogant before, and they were now filled with bitterness and regret. Of course, it was not because they had underestimated Lin Ling Yun, it was because the strength that Lin Ling was Yun. That's enough. At this moment, a furious roar finally rang out. It was the head of the Meiyu sect. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Ling at all. But now, he couldn't ignore him even if he wanted to. You're finally willing to look over here. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at the old man with a cold smile. Who are you? You're not from the flame world. The Yu sect leader said coldly. Lin Ling didn't rely on the flame Dao to kill them. Who I am is not important. Even who you are is not important. What's important is that the two of you must die today. Lin Ling said indifferently. I have to admit that your sword is not bad. Looks like it's your trump card. However, I want that sword. The other Yu stared at Lin Ling's sword Dao. His words stunned Lin Ling and he smiled helplessly. At this moment, the other party didn't even think about his strength. Instead, they coveted his sword? It seemed like he had no choice but to kill these two elders. A level 3 true god and a level 4 true god. Not bad. I hope they can pique my interest. Lin Ling said. Do you think that we didn't attack because we underestimated you? Young man, it's good to have fighting spirit, but don't underestimate your seniors. I know that you've already reached the first level of true god realm. One of the sect leaders sneered. What was ironic was that he didn't save his own sect before. His goal was to let his sect elders and disciples test out Lin Ling's strength. Of course, the result also surprised him greatly. True God stage? It must be fake. Hearing the headmaster's words, the crowd on the ground immediately cried out in alarm. Because True God Realm was the strongest power in Flame World. He is indeed at the True God Realm. At this moment, Flame Flash King said in a weak voice, but his face was full of surprise. This was because the Yen Emperor sect actually had a True God Realm expert. He didn't know about this at all. Also, he's very young. Yen Shan Emperor said again, causing the disciples of the three great sects to be stunned. Then, the shock in their eyes became even stronger. Yes, only now did they realize that Lin Ling was very young. Such a young true god realm expert? This was simply beyond their imagination. This was the true #1 genius of Flame World. Especially Jiang Gaofei, his face was extremely pale. Compared to Lin Ling, if he wasn't trash, what was he? What was ironic was that with his strength, he actually thought that Lin Ling was a cockroach. In fact, he was the cockroach. Little friend, be careful. The two of them are very cunning, and their realms are higher than yours. At this moment, Flame Flash King said again, "Can you help me hold them off for 2 hours?" "No, 1 hour is fine. After that, my strength will recover and our chances of winning will increase greatly." After these words, the morale of the Yen Emperor sect's disciples was greatly boosted. As long as their sect leader recovered his strength, their Yen Emperor sect might win. On the other hand, the two sect leaders' faces were gloomy. If not for Lin Ling's arrival, Flame Flash King would definitely die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ruined their plans. This meant that within 1 hour, they had to kill Lin Ling and then kill Flame Flash King. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable. Flame Flash King, right? During this period of time, I, Lin Ling, am indebted to your Yen Emperor sect for taking care of me. Only 1 hour? Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This made Flame Flash King frown. "You can't hold them off for an hour? Then try your best to hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Although it won't allow me to recover 30% of my strength, if I can recover 10%, we won't be trampled on." Flame Flash King thought that Lin Ling could only hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Of course, even so, he was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. "Lin Ling, come on, you must hold them off for 3 incense sticks time." Hearing this, Yen Yiyu and the others on the ground also shouted. 3 incense sticks time, this was the most crucial moment. "No need, Flame Flash King, you should rest well. Within 1 hour, you will see their corpses." Unfortunately, Lin Ling said indifferently. Previously, he said 1 hour because he wanted to kill the 2 sect leaders within 1 hour. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to experience his own strength, he could also do it within 3 incense sticks time. However, when his voice came out, not only the crowd, but even Flame Flash King was stunned. A level 1 true god fighting against 2 level 3 true gods, and he actually used 1 hour to kill them? This must be a joke. Chapter 26-24. 1 against 2. Then I want to see just how you'll kill us in an hour. The Absolute Beginning Sect Master coldly said. Even Flameslash King couldn't block their joint attack. Lin Ling was only a first-stage world king. This was even more impossible. Let alone 3 incense sticks of time, even an incense stick of time would be enough to end the battle. And the result would be Lin Ling dying in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. "Denounce the chaos of the world, strengthen the walls, and clear the land of blood." A heroic voice floated out from his mouth. Although he was sinister, one couldn't deny that he was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. His talent was only useful against fire attribute martial artists. But his cultivation was at the 3rd stage of true divinity. It was enough to crush all. "I want to see just how you'll block this." His voice filled the skies, causing the distant Flameslash King's complexion to change. He never imagined that against a junior like Lin Ling, the Absolute Beginning Sect Master would erupt with his full strength. This fellow was even more despicable than he had imagined. Good. However, facing the Absolute Beginning Sect Master's attack, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, his eyes blazed with the flames of war. After reaching the true divinity realm, he also wanted to experience the strength of a true divinity. A great saber suddenly appeared above Lin Ling's head. Flames blazed around it as it ruthlessly slashed down. Before the saber even landed, the originally shattered Flame Emperor sect couldn't withstand the pressure. It completely shattered, falling to the ground like an island. Lin Ling. Seeing this terrifying scene, Flame Yiyu couldn't help but shout out loud. Lin Ling could defeat disciples and sweep away elders, but what about the Absolute Beginning Sect Master? Bang! A deafening sound erupted. It was as if the saber had cut Lin Ling in half. "Little brat, You're too inexperienced to fight us. The absolute beginning sect master roared, shaking his head in disdain. Too simple. He thought he would need 3 incense sticks of time, but in less than an incense stick of time, that brat had been defeated. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Old ghost, when I, Li Xiaoyao, swept through the world, you were still drinking milk. However, just as the Taichu sect leader finished speaking, a disdainful voice floated in the air. This caused the minds of countless people to tense up. Amidst the scorching flames in the sky, the young man stood there with both of his hands stretched out. He actually used both of his hands to catch the saber. And that was the all-out strike of a third-stage world king. It could be said that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, one slash would be able to sever 10 worlds. Lin Ling didn't use his sword to block such a terrifying strike, but instead used his palm to catch it? How is this possible? The sect leader of the Taichu sect let out a cry of surprise. His pupils constricted. He condensed all of his realm essence and ruthlessly slashed at Lin Ling. Is that all you've got? Why is your boundary river so weak? The dignified sect leader has really disappointed me. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still holding the flaming saber with both hands, and he let out a roar. This scene could be called heroic. Even the Flame Flash King forgot to heal his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. What was going on? In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had already fused the boundary river of the 2 Danshians, and his cultivation was at the 2nd stage of True God Realm. In addition, Lin Ling's ultimate martial path was stronger, so he was able to block that slash. I'll help you. At this time, the Plum Moon sect leader saw that the situation wasn't right, and he immediately attacked. Surging moon flames gushed out, turning into a pillar of light that shot towards Lin Ling from another direction. That kind of power was also terrifying, able to break through the 10 realms. Old Turtle May, you're despicable. Seeing this, the Flame Flash King couldn't help but curse. He was very surprised that Lin Ling could block the attack of one sect leader, but to block 2 of them, that was simply impossible. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Most importantly, the Plum Moon sect leader was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. Seeing the 2 sect leaders attack, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. He knew that if he didn't use more powerful techniques, he wouldn't be able to win. You're not the only ones who know how to play with fire. The flaming coffin descended. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the universe change, and his cultivation increased by another level. The size of the boundary river was comparable to the 3rd stage of True God Realm. Multicolored flames also burst out in a shocking manner. You're not qualified to play with fire in front of me. Seeing that Lin Ling was also a fire attribute martial artist, the Taichu sect leader wasn't shocked, but happy instead. This was because his talent could restrain any fire attribute. Suddenly, specks of flames floated out, enveloping Lin Ling. What a strange talent. Unfortunately, you only have talent, but no strength. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. The flaming coffin behind him began to shake. The lid of the coffin seemed as if it would be pushed open at any moment. A terrifying aura filled the air. Although the Taichu sect leader's talent could restrain fire, his ultimate flame path was very weak. It could even be said that he didn't have it. In this flame world, no martial artist had the ultimate flame path. For example, their talent was a treasure sword and Lin Ling's was a wooden sword. But in terms of swordsmanship, Lin Ling clearly surpassed the treasure sword wielder by several times. And although a wooden sword couldn't clash with a treasure sword, it could still kill. Thus, the Taichu sect leader's talent couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. His complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen such a freak. But at this time, the Plum Moon sect leader's attack arrived. One was at the 3rd stage of World King Realm, and the other was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. How could Lin Ling block them? Would a miracle be born again? Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, it seemed that a miracle wouldn't be born again. After the Plum Moon sect leader attacked, a terrifying beam of flame shot towards Lin Ling, smashing him into the earth and into the earth's core. This time, Lin Ling had been defeated. The entire Flame Emperor sect was silent. The disciples all paled. Not even 3 incense sticks of time had passed. Had Lin Ling been defeated? But they didn't blame Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had blocked the attacks of 2 great sect leaders. Although he had been defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Lin Ling. Yan Jingyu absent-mindedly watched this scene. Then he couldn't help but cry. This man had fought for the Flame Emperor sect. He was a hero, someone they would worship forever. But now he had also died? You said to walk forward and not look back. Why did you turn back? Why did you stop? Yan Jingyu cried out, causing many people's faces to darken. Their eyes were filled with despair. Unfortunately, only white flames shot up from the ground. A large hole appeared, spewing out flames like a volcano. Lin Ling had disappeared into that large hole. He had probably died. In fact, not to mention the Flame Emperor sect disciples, even the Flame Flash King believed that Lin Ling had died. This was because only he knew how powerful the 2 great sect leaders were when they joined forces. How long has it been? In the sky, the 2 great sect leaders had their hands behind their backs, their expressions proud. It shouldn't have been 3 incense sticks of time. The Taichu sect leader lightly said. Chapter 26-25. Walk out of the coffin. Despicable. Both of you are seniors, yet you're joining forces to suppress a junior? Where is your arrogance coming from? Seeing the arrogance of the 2 sect leaders, the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect scolded them. Unfortunately, the 2 sect leaders ignored them and became even more arrogant. Yen Shan Emperor, what else do you want to say? The Meiyu sect leader looked at Yen Shan Wang and said, Flame Flash King hadn't even recovered 10% of his strength. His face was gloomy, but he still shook his head resolutely. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, there is nothing to say. What a pitiful person. You actually believed in a junior. You must be very disappointed now. You just saw hope but it was snuffed out. Yenshan Emperor, you must be in a very bad mood. The Taichu sect leader laughed out loud. Looks like my strength isn't invincible in the 3rd level of True God realm. It's hard for me to win if they join hands. However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused the heavens and the earth to fall silent. This was because the sound was very strange. It came from the big hole in the ground. Could it be? At this moment, the eyes of the 2 sect leaders narrowed as they stared at the volcanic hole in the ground in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? This was too heaven-defying. At this moment, a figure slowly floated out from the volcano. His long hair wildly danced in the wind, and his right hand was holding a giant flame coffin. At this moment, he gave off a strange and demonic aura. He was Lin Ling. This scene undoubtedly shocked the world once again. Especially when he came out with the coffin, just how divine was that? How could you possibly block our joint attack? You have to know that even a 3rd-level true god wouldn't be able to block our joint attack easily. The pupils of the Meiyu sect leader narrowed as he let out a cry of surprise. The arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. I've said it before, my world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling carried the coffin with one hand as he walked. His eyes were also looking at the people on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Yen Yiyu. I've been practicing martial arts all my life. I've never regretted it, and I've never turned back. His voice was filled with boundless determination, representing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts. No matter what kind of strong enemy he encountered, no matter what kind of danger he faced, Lin Ling never looked back. He would only walk towards the path of martial arts, bravely moving forward. Yen Yiyu wiped away the tears on his face and nodded heavily. What a strange junior. The sect master of the Taichu sect stared at the coffin in Lin Ling's hand and said with a serious expression, however, even if you can stop the 2 of us together once, can you stop us twice? Yen Shan King was the first to react. His previous happiness immediately disappeared, and what replaced it was a deep worry. That's right, Lin Ling didn't die this time, but it didn't mean that he could block the joint attack of 2 great powerhouses. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made him freeze on the spot. I don't think it's difficult. In fact, I still have 2 ways to kill you. I just wanted to test my limits before. In fact, when these words floated out, not only were the 2 sect leaders shocked, even everyone on the ground was shocked like a celestial being. Lin Ling has been fighting for so long, yet he still has more tricks up his sleeve? Could it be that he was just warming up? Facing the joint attack of 2 sect masters, he was just warming up? This guy was simply audacious. You're lying. The Meiyu sect leader shouted angrily. She didn't believe that such a terrifying cultivator of the first level of true God existed in this world. Everything was fake. Hee hee. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed and didn't bother to explain. Instead, he looked at the coffin in his right hand and his expression turned serious. That power was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, his consciousness would be devoured. However, Lin Ling didn't believe this. The more double-edged the sword, the more he wanted to control it. Because, on the other side of the double-edged sword, it was also an incomparably powerful and sharp blade. Flaming coffin, evil flame. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Instantly, the coffin in his hand began to shake violently. Flames and eerie energy filled the air. It was terrifying. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon was hiding in the coffin. At this moment, many people looked at the mysterious flaming coffin. When they saw the flames coming out of the coffin, their mouths and tongues turned dry. Even the 3 sect masters felt the same way. Flames turning into fog. The Flame Flash King exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he couldn't understand Lin Ling at all. Boom. At the same time, the flaming coffin exploded. Endless flames filled the air and engulfed Lin Ling. What? Did he play with fire and get burned? The 2 sect masters were stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling had used a technique that he couldn't control and was burned to death by the flaming coffin? As time passed, the sky quietened down. Only the flames continued to burn. Something's not right. Let's attack immediately. The Taichu sect leader frowned. The flames in front of him gave him an ominous feeling. All right. The sect leader beside him nodded immediately. However, just as they were about to attack, the flames in front of them gradually dispersed, revealing a flaming coffin. The coffin remained motionless as it floated in the sky. The atmosphere became even more eerie. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the coffin let out a rumbling sound. The lid of the coffin slowly opened and an arm covered in red scales slowly reached out from the coffin. The coffin was something that contained the dead. However, at this moment, someone had come out from the coffin. Could it be that something had awakened? That eerie scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Everything that happened today was something they had never seen before in their lives. Moreover, the one who caused all this was a young man with no reputation. Boom. Almost at the same time, the lid of the coffin exploded and a figure shot out like a fiery god. The moment he landed, the heavens and earth fell silent. Countless flames were like smoke that actually lingered in the sky. Amidst them, a man with long red hair and black eyes stood silently in the sky. His body was covered in red scales, and wisps of evil aura emanated from him. All of you must die. Kill. One sentence was enough to make thousands of living beings submit to him. It was terrifying. Attack now. The Meiyu sect leader shouted angrily when she saw the man who looked neither like a god nor a demon. She had a feeling that if she didn't attack now, they would all be finished. Moreover, if this stalemate continued, the mysterious atmosphere would give her immense pressure. She couldn't hold on any longer. Boom. Seeing this, the other sect leader hurriedly attacked as well. However, the red-haired man in the sky smiled and reached out with one hand. He planned to resist the combined attack of the 2 sect leaders. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision of power caused the flame world to shake. The sky was filled with multicolored flames exploding. This was a clash of flames. Is he dead? After attacking with all their might, the 2 sect leaders asked at the same time. They were very nervous and even very afraid. Chapter 26:26. Flame Wheel Destroying the World. That's all you got? A soft voice sounded at the same time, like thunder, causing the faces of the two sect leaders to turn pale. So scary. What did the young man do? Why did he become so strong after coming out of the coffin? Was he still a first-level true god? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of a heartbeat came from the sky and earth. Look at the sky. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed to the sky. There, a huge heart appeared. The heart was surrounded by colorful flames. It was shocking, like the heart of a giant. True God martial soul. Yenshan King opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Because even he did not realize the true God martial soul. Moreover, the mysterious heart gave him a sense of familiarity, causing him to roar, "Flame wheel!" In fact, the other two sect leaders also shouted, "Flame wheel!" Flame wheel was the highest secret of the flame world. It was said that it came from the ancient era and was an ancient artifact left behind after the flame god and the water god clashed. The three sect leaders went to see this ancient artifact, but they could not get close to it and could not understand its secrets. Now, the secret appeared on the young man. Did the young man get the highest secret of the flame world? Hee, are you surprised? That's why it's fun. At this time, the man in the sky let out a sinister laugh. It was very evil. He stretched out his right hand and raised it high, his palm facing the sky. Flame wheel! Then he shouted and circles of flame wheel bloomed. It was like a flower, but also like ripples on the water surface, and it started to gather. Gradually, it formed a huge fireball. There were circles of wheel marks on the surface of the fireball, revealing a terrifying aura. Looking from afar, the man was holding a fireball that was 100 times bigger than him. He was like a flame god standing in the sky, causing thousands of people to look up at him. When the fireball appeared, the entire flame world continued to explode. Many places started to burn without fire, and fire snakes shot into the sky. Such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power. It caused the two sect leaders to turn pale and their bodies to tremble. Because they seemed to have seen the flame ancestor. Enjoy your last moments. The man's smile became even more devilish as he threw out the fireball. Run. Needless to say, the two sect leaders had already run in two different directions. They were completely terrified. They would never have thought that Yen Shan Wang would not be the scariest person in the Yen Emperor sect, but a disciple from the Yen Emperor sect. Unfortunately, even though the Wheel of Flame was huge, its speed had reached the speed of 5 realms. Boom! The flame wheel caught up to one of them and exploded in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The entire flame world shattered, turning into islands that floated in the air. The moment the flame wheel appeared, it was terrifying. This was a move that could destroy the world. Also, this was a fireball thrown towards the sky. If it hit the ground, the flame world would no longer exist. Crackle! A dazzling light exploded in the sky, and the surging fluctuations caused the void to burn. This is the ancestor of the flame world. Yen Shan Wang was hit by a huge force and fell to the ground. At this moment, he sat on the ground and looked at the destruction in the sky in horror. Everyone else was the same. This move that could destroy the heavens and the earth was the most they had ever seen. It was certain that if the flame world was not destroyed hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years later, this battle would be remembered forever and recorded in the annals of history. God, if there was a god in the world, then this was an attack from a god. Old Mei is dead. This guy is so scary. On the other side, the Taichu sect leader's voice was trembling. At this moment he was about to cry. How could the Yen Emperor sect have such a monstrous existence? He should not have come, he should not have come. He and the Meiyu sect leader ran in different directions. Luckily, the mysterious man killed the Meiyu sect leader first, allowing him to escape. He swore that he would never come to the Yen Emperor sect again. Unfortunately, he did not have this life. Thump, thump. A huge heart suddenly appeared in front of him, hanging there and beating silently. Hee, you run pretty fast. An evil voice floated out. Just as the Taichu sect leader was about to get lucky, a red-haired man appeared in front of him and grabbed him with his hand. It was the flame god. No! The Taichu sect leader cried out unwillingly. He did not know that the flame god had the 5-realm speed. How could he escape? After that, the red-haired man appeared in the shattered sky of the Yen Emperor sect. He was holding the Taichu sect leader in his hand. At this moment, the Taichu sect leader was like a dead dog, unable to resist at all. This scene made the people of the Yen Emperor sect excited and shocked. Bang! A rumble was heard, and the Taichu sect leader's neck was crushed. It was as easy as killing an ant. 2 sect leaders were completely annihilated. The ground was dead silent. At this moment, everyone finally knew who the Flame World's god was. Hee, it seems like I haven't killed enough. However, the red-haired man in the sky also looked down, causing the crowd on the ground to be extremely terrified. If the godlike existence in the sky were to attack, they would only end up losing their lives. Go back! However, at this moment, a majestic and angry voice rang out. It actually came from the red-haired man's body. Time and space divine steel. After that, the voice roared again, filled with an imposing aura. I am not satisfied. Sooner or later, you will understand that only by killing everyone in the world can you become a god. The red-haired man let out a hideous cry. He held his head with both hands and looked like he was in extreme pain. Even the huge heart on top of his head was beating violently. However, at this moment, a flaming coffin appeared. The lid of the coffin opened and a strong suction force appeared, causing the huge heart to disappear into the coffin. At the same time, the red hair on the red-haired man's body quietly retreated and gradually turned into a pale-faced young man. Before an hour has passed, the enemy has been killed. The young man's gaze swept across the ground and finally uttered a sentence. This sentence immediately caused everyone to laugh excitedly. The young man seemed to have recovered. At least on the surface, the young man gave off a more realistic feeling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Yan Yeyu, Yang Xiaoyan, Elder Chen and the others' eyes moistened. They were so excited that they almost danced. They never expected that the person who saved the Yen Emperor sect from the great calamity would be Lin Ling. Moreover, after the terrifying battle with the Yen ancestor, they didn't believe that such a powerful person was right beside them. Chapter 26-27. Sect Leader. He said that he wouldn't even need an hour to deal with the enemies. Looks like he's keeping his word. Yen Shan King muttered to himself. However, his gaze towards Lin Ling was filled with respect. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the flame wheel. Moreover, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was very mysterious. He couldn't understand it at all. Looks like he came to our Yen Emperor sect for the flame wheel. Forget it, he saved everyone. I'll just give him the flame wheel. Alright, Yen Shan King thought to himself. Of course, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was too terrifying. He had no choice but to give it to him. Of course, he looked towards the Yen Emperor sect and the entire flame world. He smiled bitterly. That guy's destructive power was too terrifying. If the battle had continued for a little longer, the entire flame world would have been destroyed by him. At this moment, Lin Ling had already landed on the ground. However, other than Yan Yeyu and a few others, everyone looked at him with respect. They were afraid that Lin Ling would kill them if he wasn't happy. Obviously, they were completely afraid. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care about this. Instead, he felt the weakness in his body. Previously, he had used his full strength. This allowed him to understand his own strength better. With the fusion of 2 Danshians and the evil flame transformation, he could defeat a large number of stage 3 true gods unless they joined forces. Once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he could easily kill a stage 4 true god. However, once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he would have to face the danger of being devoured by the mysterious man. Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know if the mysterious man was the real evil flame god or a side effect of cultivating the evil flame transformation. However, Lin Ling was more inclined towards the latter. This was because the man didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to devour him. When the two merged into one, they seemed to have intelligence. However, they were actually acting according to principles. After that, Lin Ling put away his thoughts and looked towards the remaining people of the two sects. The two sect leaders are already dead. So, let them go. Yen Shan King sensed Lin Ling's thoughts and immediately said, "If you don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future." However, Lin Ling said coldly. He finally knew why the Yen Emperor sect was facing such a calamity. It was because Yen Shan Wang was too soft-hearted. His sect was almost annihilated, but now he was pleading for mercy for his enemy. Spare us, spare us. Senior, we were forced to do this." At this moment, the remaining people all knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Hearing that, Yen Shan King couldn't help but feel pity for him. He was too indecisive, he really wasn't cut out to be a sect leader. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly, then coldly said, "There is no such thing as being forced in this world. Perhaps you are indeed innocent, but since you have chosen this path, then you have to bear all the consequences. This is what it means to be a warrior, a man." Wasn't Lin Ling the same? Because he had exposed the space-time divine steel, he had been framed. Did someone sympathize with him at that time? Did someone let him go? No, he had to rely on himself. And this was the price. Everyone had the right to choose, but after making a choice, there was no choice but to face the price. He could only face it bravely. Even so, they are too weak to be a threat to the Yen Emperor sect. Although Yen Shan King was in awe of Lin Ling, for the sake of his principles, he still spoke. This made Lin Ling too lazy to talk nonsense. This was the Yen Emperor sect's own matter, he was just giving a suggestion. Of course, those suggestions were also from the bottom of his heart, based on Lin Ling's life experience. Kill them. But at this moment, a firm voice suddenly sounded. It was Yen Yeyu, which surprised Lin Ling. It seemed that after this incident, this little girl had grown up. Little you. Yen Shan King didn't expect his daughter to help outsiders refute him. "Father, you were wrong once, do you want to be wrong a second time?" But Yen Yeyu looked at her father fearlessly. "In the past, the two sect leaders provoked you time and time again, but you let them go time and time again. In the end, the Yen Emperor sect was almost massacred. Don't you know where you were wrong? Do you know how painful it was for me to see my friends and family die on the way? And all of this was caused by your indecisiveness. Now, you let them go again. This is cruel to your friends and family. Maybe you can live with your conscience, but how can you face the people who died? Also, if the Yen Emperor sect's disciples didn't die, how many people would they help? If they died, how many people would die because of them? These debts will be borne by you." Yen Yeyu said word by word, making Yen Shan King tremble. The Yen Emperor sect's disciples' faces also changed drastically. One had to admit that Yen Yeyu's words were very reasonable. "Little you have grown up." Yen Shan King suddenly felt that he had aged a lot, but he also felt gratified. In the past, you were timid, but because you were the eldest senior sister, you pretended to be strong. But now, you are really strong because your heart is strong. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. She knew who made her stronger. From now on, the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is you, Yen Yeyu. Yen Shan King let out a long sigh, then shouted. He finally knew that he was just a martial artist, and did not have the style of a general. His daughter had a better view of the big picture than him, and was more suitable to be the sect leader. Suddenly he looked at Lin Ling, and realized that Yen Yeyu's change seemed to be related to Lin Ling. Sect leader! At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect's disciples were all excited. With a strong sect leader, the Yen Emperor sect could go further. Lin Ling smiled and left quietly. Now was Yen Yeyu's time, and he did not want to take advantage of it. Moreover, he had achieved his goal of staying here, and it was time to go home. Lin Ling, you want to escape again. However, just as he moved, Yen Yeyu's voice rang out, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. Previously, you saved me and allowed me to inform my father. When we were grateful to you, you ran away. Now that you have saved the Yen Emperor sect, are you going to run away again? Looking at Lin Ling, Yen Yeyu's eyes were wet. Lin Ling was too low-key, and she felt indignant for Lin Ling. Sect leader, Then, under countless gazes, Yen Yeyu knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ling, and her words shocked the entire Yen Emperor sect. Sect leader? Yen Yeyu called Lin Ling sect leader? Even Lin Ling was shocked. I think the most suitable person to be the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is Lin Ling. Yen Yeyu raised her head and looked at the crowd, saying, apart from saving the Yen Emperor sect, it's more his responsibility, strength, and strength. Little you. Yen Shan Emperor could not help but exclaim. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ling was indeed very suitable to be the sect leader. 1. Lin Ling was powerful. 2. Lin Ling's ambition was not in the Yen Emperor sect. All these showed that Lin Ling did not care about the Yen Emperor sect at all. Chapter 26-28. Evil Flame Sect, Sect Leader. They shouted in unison, piercing through the clouds. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his eyes flashed. It was normal for Yen Yeyu to recommend him to be the sect leader, but Yen Shan Emperor also agreed. This old man was cunning. To put it bluntly, he wanted to get on Lin Ling's good side. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily become the Lord of 10 realms, let alone a sect leader. I can be your sect leader, but there is a condition. Yen Emperor's sect has to change its name. Lin Ling said. This. Yen Shan Emperor was stunned. Yen Emperor's sect changing its name? Is it still Yen Emperor's sect? Sure. Yen Yeyu agreed immediately and looked at her father. A name is just a name. As long as the person is still around, that is the most important thing. Yen Shan Emperor smiled bitterly. He didn't see it as clearly as his daughter. In that case, let me think of a name. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and smiled. Let's call it Evil Flame Sect. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although this name gave people a feeling of evilness, it also made it even more domineering. There was fire in the evilness, and those who dared to violate it would be killed no matter how far they were. If from now on, Yen Emperor Sect will be called Evil Flame Sect. Yen Yeyu was the first to stand up and smiled happily. The reason Lin Ling agreed to be the sect leader was because the flame world was located in the void of the universe. It was a good hiding place. If something happened, he could have his family and friends come here to hide. Also, Evil Flame Sect could become one of his hidden factions. In the future, when he went against the Heavenly Court, this force would be of great help. Since it is called Evil Flame Sect, I will teach you a fire attribute skill, Evil Flame Change. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a colorful light shot towards Yen Jingyu. Yen Jingyu was delighted. She felt that after the light entered her mind, there were many things in her mind. Evil Flame 6 Change? Ultimate Flame Path. So this is the real flame path. What we cultivated before was just the flame path. Yen Jingyu's eyes flickered as if he had seen something new. Ultimate Flame Dao. Yen Shan King also exclaimed. This was a realm of Dao, but he had never touched it in his entire life. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling seriously. He was even more convinced by Lin Ling. You people of Flame World are very talented. Unfortunately, you have treasures but no keys. With the ultimate flame path, you can use your talents. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Deputy Chief Yen Jingyu, do you have the confidence to make your disciple stronger? Yen Jingyu immediately raised his head. All right, I'll leave the Evil Flame Sect to you. Lin Ling said slowly. He was once again a hands-off boss. Of course, he had been a marshal, a commander, and even a realm lord in his life, but this was his first time being a sect master. This was Lin Ling's first sect in his life. Sect master, are you leaving? Yen Jingyu asked reluctantly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. Yes, I've said that I'm just a person who is in a hurry to go home. Now, I'm going home. However, I'll be back at any time. Yen Jingyu, after experiencing the calamity of the Yen Emperor sect, you have grown up. I believe that you can lead them better. Lin Ling turned and left. His blue-robed figure made everyone's eyes wet. Yen Jingyu nodded heavily. She almost blurted out something in her heart, but she held it back in the end. That sentence was, I like you. When they had gone through life and death together, she had already relied on that man. She was even infatuated with his calm demeanor. That man had left a huge shadow in her heart. His world is not something we can imagine. Let's leave it to fate. Yenshan King said softly when he sensed his daughter's thoughts. He also knew that a man like the sect master would have many women in the world who liked him. It would not be easy for Yen Jingyu to climb up the social ladder. I know. However, he'll be back at any time. As long as I can see him, I'm already satisfied. Yen Jingyu smiled. Yen Shan King's eyes lit up. His daughter was stronger than he thought. Lin Ling, you must come back. Yang Xiaolian and Elder Qin said reluctantly. Lin Ling was their savior. Because of him, they had become an existence that could not be underestimated in the evil flame sect. Lin Ling waved his hand and left with his back to them. Lin Ling, if you leave, how will you find this place in the future? You should know that the void of the universe is constantly changing. It's harder to find than the myriad of worlds. Queen Qianji said. Time and space divine steel. Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. I've left my mark here. If I want to come back, I just need to go through the time and space divine steel. Yes. The time and space divine steel was the flame ancestor of the time and space divine steel. It had the power of space and time. In fact, Lin Ling already knew that the time and space divine steel had this ability. However, he was only a world king in the past and could not control it. Moreover, as his realm increased, the time and space divine steel's power would also surface. When he came to the land of flame wheels again, an enormous whirlpool appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked back and then continued forward. This flame world had left a good impression on him. It was time to go home. Queen Qianji, you protected me last time when we passed through the huge whirlpool. This time I'll protect you. Yes. The two of them disappeared into the huge whirlpool. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the chaos in the universe exploded. Then, a figure rushed out in a slightly disheveled state. This huge whirlpool is really fierce. The person who appeared was Lin Ling. His face was extremely pale. Although he had found the path of the whirlpool with the help of the 10,000 elephant demon eyes, the process was very dangerous. He did not want to face such a terrifying power again. I'm back. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed as he strode forward. This was the Western world. Although it was Lin Ling's first time here, he was eager to go home. Therefore, he went straight to the martial god world. After spending some time, he finally arrived at Qing province. Everyone in the 3 great academies of Qing province thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling appeared in First Ring City. Hearing the voices of the passers-by, he frowned. He did not know what happened to Yu and the others while he was away. However, at this moment, a commotion came from the front. A large number of people surrounded the street, pointing and talking. Lin Ling also looked over. There, he saw several disciples wearing the robes of the Resplendent Academy. They were defeated on the ground. Most importantly, those disciples were wearing the robes of the second generation. More importantly, Lin Ling knew those disciples. They were Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others. Not far from them, there were also disciples of the Resplendent Academy. They were the strongest second-generation disciples in the past, Genji. However, they lowered their heads and did not say a word, because the person who attacked them was a first-generation disciple from Third Ring City. A first-generation disciple was not someone they could fight against. Chapter 26-29. One by one, they were crippled. Isn't Resplendent Academy very impressive? Why are they acting like dogs now? One of the youths wearing a long robe sneered. It's Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation. They're so arrogant, actually beating people on the street and humiliating Resplendent Academy. Yeah, look at Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation, Gongqi. Even he doesn't dare to speak. However, the first generation bullying the second generation, this is too much. Under normal circumstances, the first generation wouldn't bully the second generation, but rumor has it that Lei Tianlan was bullied by Resplendent Academy's Lin Ling. Although he's dead now, many of the first generation want to avenge Lei Tianlan. especially Lei Tenlan's fiancé, Yu Cheng. He even said that he'll beat up anyone who knows Lin Ling. The crowd discussed, knowing the reason for the conflict. Bah, only Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling was here, would you dare to be so arrogant? In front of Lin Ling, you're just a dog. Who knew that the humiliated falling flower flowing water sword would be so stubborn? Although they were beaten black and blue, they wouldn't compromise at all. I love teaching this kind of arrogant fellows the most. Unfortunately, your boss, Lin Ling, is already dead. Moreover, even if he isn't dead, he wouldn't dare to appear because there are many people who want his life now, including me. Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation sneered, then stretched out his hand. I heard that you're Lin Ling's subordinate. Then I'll step on you and see where your so-called Lord Lin Ling is. Cripple him. Another person beside him said. Cripple? How ruthless. This is First Ring City. Don't talk about crippling someone's cultivation. Even if you kill someone, it's fine. Those first generations purposely captured him here. Hearing the first generation's words, the crowd's heart trembled. As for Gung Chi, his eyes narrowed. If falling flower flowing water sword was crippled in front of him, then he, the strongest second generation, would be too ashamed to face anyone. However, he had just taken a step when the first generation members beside him looked over with icy gazes. This caused him to subconsciously stop in his tracks. He could only lower his noble head in the face of a first-generation member. At the same time, the first-generation expert sneered and grabbed the Falling Flower's water sword. This grab could absolutely cripple Falling Flower's water sword. Some of the more cowardly ones had already narrowed their eyes, because those who could enter the 3 great academies were not simple people. However, having one's cultivation crippled was undoubtedly like having one's bones pulled out and tendons pulled out. It was extremely painful. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed at him, followed by a loud bang. The sound was very loud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted, and their gazes were fixed on it. Nothing happened to the Falling Flower's flowing water sword. Instead, the unlucky one was the first generation. He was already smashed to the ground. A foot stepped on the first generation's cheek, flattening his nose. This scene could be described as shocking. When everyone's gazes followed the unlucky first generation, they immediately cried out in surprise, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the strongest second generation of the 3 great academies, plus the fact that he dared to flirt with Lei Tianlan right after becoming a second generation, caused the 3 great academies to be abuzz with the name Lin Ling. Some of the flower protectors even declared that Lin Ling had died quickly. Otherwise, they would have punished this scum on behalf of the heavens. Of course, many people only dared to say such arrogant words because Lin Ling was not around. He still dares to come back? Some people cried out in surprise. Currently, there were many people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. According to common sense, even if Lin Ling was not dead, he should be hiding. Lin Ling. Genji also stared at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to appear, and in such a domineering manner. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Lin Ling sneered and moved his foot. A huge amount of realm energy flowed into his fist and slammed into the first generation's Dantian. The realm energy flowed into the Dantian and directly shattered the young man's Dantian. The young man bent over like a prawn and spat out a mouthful of blood as he screamed in pain. Crippled. That was the word in everyone's mind. Of course, no one was more surprised than the first generation because he felt that the realm river in his Dantian was collapsing. It was shattered by the punch. In the past, he was above everyone. If he pointed to the east, no one would dare to go west. But now, he had lost his capital. You crippled me. Finally, he let out a furious roar. Bang! What greeted him was a kick. It was like kicking a gourd, sending him flying hundreds of meters down the street and finally disappearing without a trace. This kick was extremely domineering. You crippled him? The other first generations all widened their eyes. In fact, compared to Lin Ling's domineering action, they were more surprised by Lin Ling's strength. After all, Not everyone could beat a powerful first generation like a dog. Didn't you want to see me? Now I'm back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the first generations. After saying that, he attacked like lightning. He moved like thunder and punched like lightning. He's attacking again. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was the strongest second generation. Now, he was challenging several first generations? Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the first generation that he was afraid of. His fist smashed into the dantian of the first generations. They couldn't react at all. They could only feel the power of the realm river sweeping over them and a terrifying power gushing out from their backs. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a second and a third. The first generations all spat out blood as their dantian completely collapsed. In reality, they were the weakest in the first generation, second only to Sheng Xiaobao. Before Lin Ling went to the flame world, he didn't fear this kind of first generation, let alone now. And those first generations spat out blood as they fell to the ground powerlessly. They stared at Lin Ling with only fear in their eyes. When Lin Ling wasn't here, they were arrogant and domineering and didn't think much of Lin Ling. But after Lin Ling returned, they knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. In reality, this was their first time seeing Lin Ling. But the first time they met, this greeting was very heavy, turning them directly into cripples. Most importantly, this was First Ring City. Not to mention that Lin Ling crippled them, even if he killed them, the three great academies wouldn't care. Sir. At this moment, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others got up with ecstasy on their faces. What happened? Lin Ling's expression was still cold. He sensed that in his absence, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others were under great pressure. It's Lei Tianlan. Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately said. It turned out that although Lin Ling wasn't here, Lei Tianlan didn't get the space-time divine steel, so she resented the people around Lin Ling and made many first generations attack them. And although Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, he was clearly not famous in the first generation. No one feared him. So, more first generations still gave face to Lei Tianlan. Chapter 2630. Oiling Rage. Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling coldly roared, causing the surrounding people to tremble. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel a cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it did not seem like it belonged to the strongest second generation, but the strongest first generation. After that, Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people and left with Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. That's Lin Ling? That's really fierce. That roar from before actually caused my boundary spirit to tremble. From what I can see, his strength has already entered the first generation. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding martial artists were all excited. As for the second generation of Resplendent Academy, they were all fired up. When they were bullied before, no one dared to stand up for them, not even Genji. But now that the strongest second generation had arrived, he was able to dominate the entire street. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Genji. He looked at the first generation on the ground in shock. These are all first generation, true immortal experts. Fuck. He knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him, and should be able to defeat some of the first generation. But to cripple them like cutting vegetables and melons, this was not as simple as defeating them. No wonder he can stand above me. I can't compare to him. Genji said with a long sigh. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had a whole new level of respect for him. This was precisely Lin Ling. He, Genji, had grown in this period of time, but Lin Ling's growth was even faster. At this moment, Lin Ling's goal was the Rainforest City Market. Through the conversation, he knew that the Rainforest City Market was currently under great pressure. The one who attacked was not Lei Tianlan, but a first generation from Resplendent Academy. This first generation was called Zhao Ritian. He rarely appeared in Resplendent Academy, but when he did, even a dragon would have to bow down. And Genji was the best example. Most importantly, Zhao Ritian was from Resplendent Academy, but he actually helped other academies to bully his own people. You and the others didn't invite sunset glory? Lin Ling asked Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. Yu and the others did not wish to trouble Senior Luo Riyao and the others. Although Zhao Ritian was arrogant, he did not dare to kill anyone. Therefore, Yu and the others took responsibility for it. Even Vice Principal Gong did not know about this. The chess boy immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood the painstaking efforts of Yu and the others. Powerful warriors like Luo Riyao could help him once, but not forever. He still had to rely on himself for everything. If they owed Lin Ling too many favors, they would have to repay them in the future. Therefore, Yu and the others did not want to bring trouble to Lin Ling. I got it. I'll head back immediately. Lin Ling nodded and quickened his pace. Walking forward, Lin Ling arrived at Second Ring City and headed straight for the Rainforest Market. Before he even got close, he saw that there was no one around the Rainforest Market, and the walls were filled with blood-red words. Widow. Debt must be repaid. Those words were so shocking that no one dared to go near the Rainforest Market. As for the word, widow, it was referring to Yu and Xian Yuange. It meant that Lin Ling was dead. And all of this was done by Zhao Ritian. Although he did not dare to kill Yu and the others, his actions were even more vicious than murder. Around the market, there were a few passers-by who were pointing and laughing at them. Get out of the way. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others opened a path in front, causing the passers-by to laugh in disdain. How dare you be so arrogant when the sun has set? Hearing those words and looking at the words on the wall, Lin Ling's eyes turned red instantly. An evil fire rose in his heart. Bang! He did not say anything. Taking a big step forward, he knocked away all the passers-by in front of him and entered the Rainforest Market. What an arrogant guy! Do you have a death wish? The passers-by who were knocked away felt pain in their shoulders and could not help but shout angrily. Wait, isn't that the shopkeeper of the Rainforest Market? It can't be, right? Isn't he dead? It's definitely true. In the past, when he became the strongest second generation, I saw his return with my own eyes. How glorious was he at that time? It's a pity that he offended the first generation. Many people cried out in surprise and some felt pity. Offending the first generation, and the other party was a force from Four Ring City. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was no match for them. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the market. Suddenly, his cold face was filled with malevolence. The market was in a mess. Spiritual herbs and pills were scattered everywhere and were trampled to pieces. The pill furnace had collapsed and was full of junk. The pressure that Zhao Ritian gave to the Rainforest Market was indeed not small. At this moment, in the market, people were gathered in twos and threes. They were listless. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and Flowing Water, how many times have I told you? Don't go out at this time to avoid trouble. You and Sakura better behave yourselves. A clear and melodious voice sounded, carrying resentment. It was Yu. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and Flowing Water did not care. Instead, he shouted happily, You, look who's back. This shout was not important, but it made the market even quieter. Everyone stood up and turned their heads to look. Suddenly, they were excited. Master. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. Voices rang out crazily as everyone rushed over. The anger in Lin Ling's heart disappeared quietly, and he revealed a warm smile. These people were Lin Ling's people. No matter what danger Lin Ling encountered, they still believed that Lin Ling would return. They were all waiting for Lin Ling. There were many people. Other than Yu and Xian Yuange, there were also Lin Ling's 3 disciples, the Fire Spirit Princess, Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and some geniuses from the Rainforest Sacred Land, such as Lai Qing, Yang Gan, and the others. These people had fought alongside Lin Ling. They were Lin Ling's companions. I'm back. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but say, We knew you would come back. Everyone replied immediately. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was dead, they had gone through countless ups and downs with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling had created countless miracles. This time, he would definitely not die. Lai Qing Yang Gan. Lin Ling looked at these two familiar faces. These two were once saint sons of the 6 Holy Lands and had memories with Lin Ling that couldn't be erased. Afterwards, Lin Ling's growth had been too fast, causing them to also go out adventuring. He never imagined that after so long, they would be the 3rd group of people from the rainforest's sacred land to arrive at Martial God World. We're here. Lai Qing and Yang Gon glanced at each other. Yang Gon immediately smiled. Although they were only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, Lin Ling could feel a mysterious aura from their bodies. These two fellows must have had some lucky chance. Lai Qing didn't speak. She was as cold and indifferent as before, standing there with her sword in hand. However, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. This was because as soon as she arrived at the city square, she saw the miserable state of the city square. This caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. To her, Lin Ling was her big brother, her senior apprentice brother. She could not tolerate others humiliating Lin Ling. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu were held onto Lin Ling's hand. But as Lin Ling saw their haggard complexions, his heart ached. It was clear that during this time, Yu Yu and the others had suffered a great deal. Chapter 2631. Goodbye, big brother. Yu Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling. They quickly smiled and said, "It's okay. Although those guys are arrogant, they obviously don't dare to kill anyone. They are only venting their anger." They naturally knew who the main culprit was, but such a character was not someone that Lin Ling could provoke. "That's right, do you remember your big brother?" Suddenly, Yu asked in surprise. She seemed to want to divert Lin Ling's attention. "Big brother." Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He had many brothers in his life, but only 2 of them had the best relationship. One was the ancient flame demon, and the other was the long-lost Sakura. In the past, Sakura had gone out for adventure and had not returned for a long time. Even Lin Ling had thought that his big brother had fallen. After all, going out for adventure was a narrow escape. "Fuck, you little bastard, if my sister-in-law didn't tell me to cause trouble, I would have already torn down your city square." At this time, a deep voice sounded from the door, causing Lin Ling to excitedly look back. That tall and sturdy figure, that overbearing aura, everything was so familiar. "Big brother." Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. The man stopped and looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. Suddenly, his square face revealed a look of excitement, and his eyes became moist. He was Sakura, the big brother that Lin Ling had met in the 7 Profound Martial House. "Second brother." Sakura roared and threw himself at Lin Ling. "Ha, the big brother, you are not dead." Lin Ling was also the same. The 2 of them hugged each other. Although they did not have the same blood flowing in their bodies, their feelings were closer than blood brothers. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Sakura had been deceived by the second dream, so he went out for adventure. In addition, the second dream had followed Lin Ling, so Sakura might not have had the face to come back. But now that Sakura had returned, he had clearly seen through all of this. "I've wronged you all these years." Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said with guilt in his eyes. He knew very well what Lin Ling had done for the Holy Land of the Rainforest. It was his second brother who had protected his hometown. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where have you been all these years?" Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had already walked through the entire rainforest's sacred land, but he didn't see Sakura. Clearly, Sakura had appeared in a place that he didn't know about. "I came to the Qing province earlier than you because someone brought me here, and you know that person as well." Di Jetian said mysteriously. "Who is it?" Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. To be able to bring Sakura from the rainforest's sacred land to Qing province, this strength was absolutely terrifying. However, the rainforest Holy Land didn't seem to have such an expert. Could it be her? Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the only person in the rainforest that he couldn't see through was his grandmother. Grandma Wendao. Hee, second brother is so smart, you should have guessed it. Sakura said, "Some things aren't as simple as you think. When it's time for you to know, you will know. The reason why I didn't tell you was to protect you." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He also thought of the mysterious cloaked man he met in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. The latter had also secretly helped him. You've reached the third level of True God realm. Subsequently, Lin Ling stared at Sakura and said, That's for sure. Otherwise, how can I be your big brother? Sakura proudly laughed and looked at Lin Ling with a pampering gaze. He hadn't been in the market square for long, but he saw the scene of the market square being humiliated. At that time, he flew into a rage and almost tore down the street. It was Yu Yu who stopped him, saying that she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, he was still unwilling because Lin Ling was his younger brother, someone he had to protect for his entire life. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. The waters of the martial god realm are very deep, but if you want to bully a brother from my hometown, you're looking down on me too much. Second brother, you only need to say one word. Are you going to do it or not? Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. The others were silent. Although they were also furious, they knew that this was no small matter. After all, the other party came from the Fourth Ring City. Not to mention entering that place, they didn't even know if there were any ancient factions inside. Do it. However, Lin Ling's gentle words made them laugh. That's right, do it. Hearing this, Yu Yu was delighted. Obviously, she had also suffered a lot, but she still said worriedly, Brother Ling, they are forces that even Senior Luo Riyao and the others are afraid of. Yes. Even if the divine monarch of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty is here, he still has to do something. Lin Ling said word by word. Ha good, today we brothers will fight side by side. Ha! Sakura gave a heroic smile. He remembered that in the past at the Seven Profound Martial House, he and Lin Ling had dominated the martial house. At that time, he had given the impression of being overbearing, but Lin Ling had given the impression of being frivolous. The two brothers had smashed all the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House to the ground and dominated the Seven Profound Martial House. That was also the happiest time of his life. Oh, then you should be careful. Xian Yuangur sighed. He knew that once Lin Ling decided on something, no one could change it. Good, let's do it. Ha, will help from the side. Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others laughed because they had been waiting for Lin Ling to speak. Of course, they also looked at Sakura in awe. When this guy had first arrived, he had the attitude of someone who would destroy the heavens if the heavens did not accept him. At that time, if they hadn't reported their background, they would have already been smashed to the ground. And now, such an overbearing character was actually Sir Lin Ling's brother. This was their good fortune. This Sakura seems to be someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The chess boy secretly said. He didn't think that Sir would know such a tyrannical character. I know, he has definitely been to Five Ring City. Falling Flower Flowing Water also quietly replied. Then they followed Lin Ling out of the market square. At this moment, outside the market square, a large number of martial artists were watching. They were surprised that Lin Ling had returned. Where is Zhao Ritian? Lin Ling coldly shouted. Sir, Zhao Ritian is the Grand Master of Weilon Market. He is at the end of the street. They have stolen all of Rainforest Market's business, but the master behind Zhao Ritian is the Sovereign Marquis. Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately said. This guy seemed to have investigated the other party's background. Obviously, he knew that this day would come. Good, Weilon Market is it? Today I will tear it down. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. What? The background behind Weilon Market is not small. I heard that it is the Sovereign Marquis. This Lin Ling actually dares to touch the Sovereign Marquis's territory? How arrogant! The crowd discussed animatedly, and their faces turned pale. Then in their eyes, Lin Ling had already moved forward. Let's follow and see. Yeah, Lin Ling is courting death. After all, Zhao Ritian is the one who is ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. How can Lin Ling be his opponent? Many people moved forward with the intention of watching a good show. Lin Ling and the others soon arrived at Weilon Market. It had to be said that this market square was filled with customers. Moreover, the decoration was extremely gorgeous, and the plaque on the door was a precious immortal treasure. This meant that the master behind this market square was not small. Chapter 2632. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? What are you doing? Cutting the queue? At this moment, customers were entering the market one after another. Some of the warriors looked at Lin Ling's group coldly. They thought that Lin Ling's group was here to buy something, but they didn't line up. Too arrogant. Hee, I'll give you a choice. Get lost immediately, or I'll tear you apart. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, Sakura spoke first. He was even more arrogant than Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile helplessly. Big Brother must have followed a big shot before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence. What did you say? That warrior was enraged, and so were the others, because they had never seen such an overbearing character. Hee. Sakura laughed, stretched out his palm, and said indifferently, "Do you see this slap?" "I see it, so what?" That warrior immediately frowned. "Nothing, just use it to hit dogs." Sakura roared, and his palm fiercely swung out. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted. Those warriors seemed to have been attacked by a storm, and actually flew out of Second Ring City. This slap directly made the people on the street open their mouths, and there was silence. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Big Brother's strength was so strong. He was very sure that Sakura definitely had a divine body, and now he was hiding his strength. This made Lin Ling curious. Big Brother followed Dao Grandma. What exactly did he experience? Second brother, do you want to do it or should I do it? Sakura then looked at Lin Ling and made Lin Ling nod. Big Brother should do it. Alright. Sakura nodded proudly and punched out. Countless sounds of bones colliding rang out. That punch actually turned into a huge white bone fist and fiercely smashed on the plaque. Rumble. That immortal treasure plaque immediately shattered, and the entire market that was more than 10 floors was also on the verge of collapsing. This punch was so terrifying. The people on the street were scared silly again. One must know that in Second Ring City, there had never been such a terrifying expert. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked. Then, he smiled proudly and strolled into the market. Wei Lan Market? Bullshit. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others followed Lin Ling. They stepped on the broken plaque on the ground and couldn't help but mock him. Of course, they were more proud and elated. Are you trying to steal our business? It's just that our sect leader isn't here. If he returns, we'll tear down your sect's plaque. After entering, the city square was completely silent. Whether it was the guests or the people in the city square, they all frowned as they looked at Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the sovereign Marquis territory. Several of the more powerful first-generation experts were sneering at the corners of their mouths. They were thinking about how these idiots were going to compensate them. Who is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. However, before they could even speak, Lin Ling roared, shaking the entire city to the brink of collapse. This caused the expressions of those first-generation elites to become furious. They hadn't even flared up, yet this person had already flared up? Did they think this was a market? Sir, who are you? Do you know who's here? One of the young men with long flowing hair who was sitting on a chair said indifferently. He held a pill bottle in his hand and seemed to be tasting the pill. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling's group. He was filled with strong confidence. It's peerless, someone said in fear. That person was a first-generation elite from Tsang Ning Academy. His strength was ranked 70th. If he wasn't recruited by the Sovereign Marquis, such an elite wouldn't have appeared in Second Ring City. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. This caused the eyes of the elites in the city square to flicker. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do. However, they could see that Lin Ling was only at the first level of True God Realm. This strength was considered pretty good in Second Ring City. Of course, the premise was that these powerful first-generation elites weren't in Second Ring City. Lin Ling came in front of the long-haired young man. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the pill bottle from the young man's hand and poured the pill over the young man's head. It was as if he was pouring water. This frivolous action undoubtedly caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That guy was crazy. At this moment, all the elites in the city square narrowed their eyes and almost attacked. However, the storm seemed to be suppressed and didn't erupt. How terrifying! The oppressive atmosphere made the elites who were watching a good show quietly retreat because this wasn't a battlefield they could join. Do you know what you're doing? The storm didn't erupt because Peerless didn't attack. He asked coldly, "You're smelling the pill?" "I'm sorry, after I came back, I saw the pills in my house scattered on the ground and trampled on by others. I was very unhappy, so you should know what I'm doing." Peerless seemed to be angry, but Lin Ling's anger wasn't any smaller than his. After saying this, Lin Ling smashed the pill bottle in his hand on Peerless' head. Clang! The pill bottle broke under the force and glass flew everywhere. Although it couldn't hurt Peerless, it was still a huge humiliation. Peerless asked Lin Ling if he knew what he was doing. Lin Ling's answer was that the pill bottle exploded his head. Go to hell! Peerless was completely enraged, causing the entire city square to shake. His aura rose steadily and he stood up crazily. Seeing this, Indra's eyes turned cold and he was ready to attack. However, Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. The two Dantian's boundary rivers merged instantly. Boundary essence condensed on Lin Ling's fist and he punched out. Boom! That punch landed on Peerless' face and twisted his face. However, time seemed to have stopped and that punch didn't send Peerless flying. This didn't surprise many people. Peerless was a second-level true god. How could Lin Ling shake him? However, this was only temporary. In the next moment, the void exploded and Peerless flew backward as if he was hit by a spring. With a bang, he smashed into the wall, causing a clear crack to appear on the wall and it continued to expand. Then, an unconscious figure slid down from the wall like a pile of shit. This was still the city square's defense that was obviously not weak. Otherwise, that punch would have sent Peerless out of the second ring city. This simple and violent scene caused the city square to fall silent. Even Indra's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was only a first-level true god. However, he didn't rely on martial arts and relied on boundary essence power to send a second-level true god flying. This made Indra's mouth reveal a smile. His second brother seemed to have hidden his strength and was always mysterious. Even though he had witnessed countless geniuses in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and there was no lack of Heaven's chosen children, in his opinion, Lin Ling was even more terrifying than those ancient Heaven's chosen children. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? Get out here! Next, Lin Ling roared again. However, at this moment, no one thought that he was crazy. Especially those martial artists who saw Indra smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they realized that the arrogance of that handsome young man wasn't any weaker than Indra. Chapter 2633. Swordsman. Especially those martial artists who saw Sakura smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they discovered that the arrogance of that handsome youth wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Sakura. As for the first-generation members of the elite shops, their faces were pale. Juesher was not weak among them, but he was still sent flying by a single punch. This mysterious young man was too terrifying. If that punch had landed on their bodies, they might not have been sent flying, but rather, they might have been blasted into pieces. Most importantly, they still didn't know what kind of monster he was. Who is ruining this daddy's market square? At this moment, a skinny figure finally walked down from the second floor. He was Zhao Ritian. However, despite his mighty name, he looked like he could not bear the burden. He was not tall, and his face was devoid of any flesh. When he was angry, he revealed his yellow front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked wretched. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had thought that the person who dared to bully Yu and the others would definitely be a valiant general. Who would have thought that it would be such an ugly person? Of course, although Zhao Ritian was ugly, he was not weak. He had received the mantle of an elder in the Resplendent Academy. That elder was called Xia Rin, an old enemy of Ancestor Dragon Granny. He was also the elder who had repeatedly targeted Lin Ling. However, Zhao Ritian did not disappoint. After becoming the first generation, he managed to get into the top 60 of the Heavenly Surpass list. One had to know that the Heavenly Surpass ranking was a generation's battle prowess ranking. Those who were able to enter the ranking had strength that couldn't be underestimated in Three-Ring City. Second brother, this person is not simple. Let me handle him. At this moment, Socrates said secretly. This was because Zhao Ritian was a third-level true god. No need, I want to break his yellow teeth. Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly. Why did you cause such a ruckus in my marketplace? Zhao Ritian looked coldly at Lin Ling as he walked down from the second floor. Because you destroyed my market square first. Lin Ling said bluntly. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, You're Lin Ling? You're not dead? He's Lin Ling? As soon as his words came out, the crowd immediately cried out in alarm, especially those of the first generation who were scared out of their wits. Their eyes trembled uncontrollably. This was Lin Ling? Wasn't Lin Ling the strongest second generation? How could he defeat the first generation as easily as swatting a fly? Could it be that after the Battle of Pride, Lin Ling had increased his strength again? This cultivation speed was indeed monstrous. Senior brother Zhao Ritian, kill him. Those first-generation elites immediately shouted. Lin Ling made them feel a strong pressure. A genius like Lin Ling must not be allowed to live. No wonder you came looking for me. So you're Lin Ling. But don't you think you're courting death? Zhao Ritian smiled. He was a little excited because Lin Ling had offended many big shots. If he could kill him, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. You're a member of the Radiant Academy's generation, yet you're helping an outsider to bully a member of the Radiant Academy. How shameless can you be? Lin Ling retorted. I like it. You're bragging about me. Who knew? Zhao Ritian shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Ling, kneel down when you see your senior brother. The other generations also shouted angrily, as if they had found their backbone. Those words made Lin Ling's eyes turn even colder. You're a swordsman, aren't you? At this moment, Zhao Ritian stared at the sword dao behind Lin Ling's back. A sharp aura shot out from his body and turned into boundary swords. At the same time, divine light seemed to sprinkle down from the 9 heavens, enveloping his body. This was his awakened divine body, Zen Sword Enlightenment. It had reached the 6th grade. This was a rare sword talent. According to legend, every sword was a type of martial art. There were flame sword, thunder sword, wind sword, and so on. They were all extremely powerful. An ordinary swordsman could only comprehend one type of sword in their lifetime. However, Zhao Ritian had a total of 18 swords, representing 18 sword daos. Moreover, among the 18 swords, several of them contained sword heart. So powerful! Zhao Ritian is indeed ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. A 6th grade awakened divine body and a sword talent. In the Resplendent Academy, he's definitely the strongest swordsman. I heard that in the Resplendent Academy, Zhao Ritian had cultivated in the sword dao, flame dao, wind dao, thunder dao, and so on. The other generations exclaimed in admiration. Although they were all from the same generation, Zhao Ritian was much stronger than them. So powerful. Sensing the sharp sword aura, falling flowers and flowing water swords, expressions changed drastically. Although they already knew that the first generation was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. This was because he had cultivated in the sword dao and flame dao, but Zhao Ritian had cultivated in all the martial dao. No wonder he was ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was more powerful than the 2 sect leaders of the flame world. I know that you're unwilling to accept it. However, you need to have the ability to do so. The waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. Not to mention those seniors, even I will never be able to cross over. Swords of different colors floated around Zhao Ritian. He said indifferently, moreover, you also use the sword. Do you have the ultimate sword dao? Go, comprehend the Zen world sword. He waved his long robe and ordered the 18 swords to shoot towards Lin Ling. They were as fast as lightning, reaching the speed of the three realms. Those without sword talent are not qualified to use the sword. Accompanied by the shadows of the swords was a confident voice. Seeing this, countless people's breathing quickened. A powerful first generation had made his move. How would Lin Ling deal with it? Lin Ling was the strongest second generation and could defeat many first generations. However, he should not be a match for Zhao Ritian. The sword is the sword. It is not something that can only be cultivated by those with sword talent. The sword represents the person, not the talent. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his robe and the tyrannical song sword behind him floated up. The shadows of the swords surged and the murderous aura was extremely dense. It turned into 81 swords that covered the sky. Ashura sword formation? There are 81 swords. Lin Ling's sword Dao is also powerful. It's useless. Relying on martial arts won't be able to match the talent. Many people started to discuss and their emotions were inexplicably surging, especially Yu Yu and the rest. They knew that this battle was also the battle that would allow Lin Ling to gain a foothold in the first generation. Boom boom boom. Clang clang clang. The collision of swords was colorful. Moreover, both of them were experts in the sword Dao. When they clashed, the entire market was unscathed. This showed how crazy their understanding of the sword was. I heard that you have the heart of the sword. Let me see how powerful your heart of the sword is. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed and he was slightly surprised. It was rumored that Lin Ling had cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. However, he still believed that the sword Dao martial arts were unorthodox. Only talent was everything. Without a talented swordsman, cultivating the sword would be a waste of effort. Look, Lin Ling's swords are starting to crumble. He's going to die. At this moment, everyone was ecstatic. This was because although Lin Ling had many swords, they were obviously inferior to Zhao Ritian's swords. They were all being destroyed. Chapter 2634. I like it. Come on, brag about me. Clang. The 81 swords were indeed collapsing. Even though Lin Ling had fused his two dantians, he could only barely block Zhao Ritian's swords. Furthermore, as time passed, Zhao Ritian's colorful swords surrounded Lin Ling from all directions. Lin Ling, there was no way out. There's a difference of two realms. Furthermore, Lin Ling is not a match for a swordsman with powerful attacks. Some of the ancient martial artists outside the market sighed and shook their heads. They knew the purpose of Lin Ling's visit, so they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He actually dared to come to Weilon Market to take back his reputation. Unfortunately, in this world, courage could not change anything. Strength was what mattered. However, at that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Zhao Ritian's swords had already sealed Lin Ling's path. He thought that he would be able to kill Lin Ling with his swords, but one of his swords was suddenly broken. What? Zhao Ritian let out a cry of surprise. Breaking his sword meant that his innate talent had been cut off. Second brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Sakura, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed. This was because he saw that among the 81 swords, 2 of them were extremely extraordinary. Under the 2 swords, not only did they protect Lin Ling, they also broke the enemy's swords. Clang. Furthermore, the crisp sound continued to ring out. Zhao Ritian's 18 swords were broken one after another. This scene shocked the surrounding people. Furthermore, they saw that only 2 swords had appeared around Lin Ling. They were the 2 swords that had broken everything. Impossible! Clip sword, the Zhao Ritian roared and pointed with one hand. Traversing sword, go. Flourishing sword, go. The 3 swords he spoke of were extremely extraordinary. They were all existences with sword hearts. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to break his sword that possessed sword heart. The way of the sword is vast and varied. It is as vast as the universe. How can one only reach the top with talent? Some people spend tens of thousands of years to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people only use one sword in their entire lives. They don't have great talent in the way of the sword, but their sword is like a person. They also reached the peak of the way of the sword. At this time, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, as if he wanted to prove something. The two swords in front of him began to spin wildly. One was a fast sword, while the other was the tyrannical song sword. However, they were like two dragons emerging from the sea. The two swords complemented each other very well. The quick sword suppressed Zhao Ritian's sword while the large sword attacked. That perfect control made everyone exclaim in surprise. It was an eye-opener. Rumble. After the attack, Zhao Ritian's sword of Eclipse instantly broke apart. Moreover, the remaining two swords with sword heart also broke apart when they collided. Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? In fact, the people around him were even more surprised than Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was one of the strongest of the generation. His sword techniques were profound, and he had left his mark in all the martial department of the Resplendent Academy. However, a swordsman like him had his sword broken? It was easy for a swordsman to defeat him, but breaking his sword was the hardest. That sword of yours is not an ordinary sword. Zhao Ritian looked at the tyrannical song sword in horror. At this time, he finally realized that it was an immortal artifact. Moreover, to be able to break his sword heart, the chaotic energy within it must be at least Tier 2. This meant that the ancient sword was at least a Tier 4 immortal artifact. In addition to Lin Ling's sword heart, this meant that Lin Ling possessed chaotic energy that was beyond Tier 3. After all, a single sword heart only represented a single level of chaotic energy. I, Zhao Ritian, am not convinced that you are relying on external objects. Zhao Ritian roared at the sky. His 18 swords were broken, and he was also seriously injured. You're not convinced? At this moment, Lin Ling was like the sword monarch. He walked forward step by step. The sword heart floated in front of him, and the tyrannical song sword fell into his hand. You defeated other swordsmen with your talent. How can they be convinced? Cold. Zhao Ritian opened his mouth wide, unable to refute Lin Ling's cold voice. You said that sword Dao is the true Dao, and those without sword Dao are not qualified to practice the sword. Then, you lost to my tyrannical song sword today. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling's voice became domineering. Zhao Ritian was once again unable to refute. He believed that those with sword Dao were the true swordsmen. However, Lin Ling relied on an immortal artifact to break his talent. What did this mean? This meant that all roads lead to Rome. In the path of sword Dao, there was no absolute. To some of the weaker martial artists, this battle was tantamount to opening up a path. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's pupils were trembling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was completely different from the rumors. There were only two explanations. 1. Lin Ling was hiding his strength. 2. Lin Ling's strength had increased crazily during this period of time. Of course, between the two, he was more willing to believe the first. If the second was true, then Lin Ling's growth was too terrifying. I admit defeat. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, Zhao Ritian hurriedly shouted. He was no longer as confident as before, and his aura was extremely weak. Admit defeat. You should know that I will definitely kill you, just like how you want to kill me. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward. His voice was cold. Killing Zhao Ritian was also to make an example out of him. He wanted to let the people of the three major academies know that they should not provoke him, Lin Ling. This was Yu Cheng's idea. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You should look for him. Moreover, the owner of the market is the sovereign marquis. Aren't you afraid that he will settle the score with you? Zhao Ritian suddenly thought of something and became more confident. The sovereign marquis. When these words came out, many people subconsciously trembled. That was a ruthless person who killed people like flies. The sovereign marquis, I will look for him sooner or later. As for Yu Qing, I don't know him. However, if he dares to provoke me, the only outcome is death. However, Lin Ling did not care about those threats at all. He wanted to let Zhao Ritian know that Lin Ling was the kind of person who could do anything when he was angry. I have no grudges with you. Why don't you let me go? Why do you have to kill me? Zhao Ritian supported his injured body and kept retreating. If you're talking about a life and death grudge, there is indeed no grudge between us. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Ritian could not help but feel happy. Could it be that Lin Ling really did not want to kill him? However, this did not mean that he would let Lin Ling go. He wanted to let Yu Qing know that Lin Ling had returned and that he had a powerful sword in his hands. However, just as he was thinking complacently, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out again. If you say that we have no grudges, but killing you, I like it. You can boast about me. This sentence was very familiar. Previously, when Lin Ling asked Zhao Ritian why he bullied his market, Zhao Ritian had replied that he liked it. You can boast about me. Now Lin Ling had answered him in the same way. This was the power of the strong. They could do whatever they wanted and be lawless. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted. There were thousands of words floating in his heart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him the chance to speak. Whoosh! Chapter 2635. Enter the Four-Ring City. But Lin Ling turned around and left. He drew his sword and stained it with blood. He had killed the first generation ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Plop. Even after Zhao Ritian fell to the ground, the vast market remained silent. The first generation from the 3 academies were trembling in fear. A single generation was born from millions of geniuses. Every single one of them was a proud son of the heavens in the myriad of worlds. But now, one of them had died right in front of them. This scene was too surreal. Lin Ling is so strong. The first generation did not dare to speak. They did not even have the courage to lift their heads and look at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not care about these clowns. He actually killed Zhao Ritian. Outside the city square, Genji and the other second generations of Resplendent Academy had pale faces. To them, this was something completely impossible. Let's go! Under Lin Ling's lead, Yu Yu and the rest followed excitedly. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. It seemed that every time Lin Ling returned from a trip, his strength would increase greatly. His improvement was faster than anyone else. If Vice Principal Gong and the rest were to know about this, they would be happier than them. Weilan Market. After walking out of the market, Lin Ling sneered. His heart skipped a beat. 81 swords were shot out once again, cutting down the luxurious market. The largest market in the entire street was like tofu, collapsing under everyone's gaze. Weilan Market, demolished. In this street, the Rainforest Market is the largest. Anyone who wants to buy something here must first enter my market. If my market is too busy, then they can go to other markets. This is the rule. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, setting the rules for this street. With these words, the street was in an uproar. The other market owners' faces changed. Lin Ling was so overbearing. They did not expect that when the Rainforest Market was under great pressure, they would just stand by and watch. So, Lin Ling might not give them any face? Your Excellency, you are too much. A shopkeeper of the market said with dissatisfaction. But before he could finish his words, someone beside him immediately pulled him back. Are you looking for death? If you anger him, he will tear down your market. You can't do anything about it. The shopkeeper's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't afford to offend the returning Lin Ling. Alas, the icing on the cake is precious, but the most important thing is to provide timely help. Many city lords sighed. In the past, when Lin Ling had become the strongest second generation, they had immediately tried to curry favor with him. Afterwards, when they learned that Lin Ling had provoked a powerful enemy, they had immediately distanced themselves from him. Now, they really didn't have the face to say anything. On the other hand, Lin Ling had resolved the matter of the market square, but his brows were still furrowed. You are thinking about Lei Tianlan, aren't you? Sakura was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he knew what Lin Ling was thinking. I have no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but she harmed me and almost killed me. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge, but the Qing province is vast and boundless. I don't know where to find Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "How people treat me is how I treat them." Lin Ling's personality was that simple. As for Lei Tianlan's origin, perhaps she was indeed powerful, but this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. If she wants to kill me, I'll kill her back. She's in the Fourth Ring City. Di Shitian suddenly said, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. The Four-Ring City was even more ancient than the Three-Ring City. It was an even larger ancient city of martial arts. Currently, it was not a place that Lin Ling could casually enter. I have a way to bring you in, but after you enter, many things will be difficult to control. Second brother, do you dare to go? Sakura said again. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile, and immediately nodded. Why wouldn't I dare? Well, I'll go with you. Lei Tianlan harmed you, I can't take this lying down. Sakura immediately said, causing Yu and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. That place was already very close to the core of the Qing province. If Lin Ling went, he didn't know if it would be dangerous. However, they knew Lin Ling's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him. Wait for me in the market. Lei Tianlan, I will definitely kill her. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others and said, then followed Sakura. The Fourth Ring City seemed to be very close to this place, but an ancient wall separated the two worlds, as if it was the difference between a mortal and a god. When Lin Ling followed Sakura to the ancient city wall, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the city wall was actually an existence that surpassed immortal treasures. It was an extreme weapon. This is the Four Symbols Divine Wall. No true God realm expert can break through it. Its defense is extremely terrifying. Sakura explained and looked at the people who entered the city gate. Those who can enter the Fourth Ring City all have illustrious reputations, and the lowest cultivation is at the true God realm. As long as the strength of the first generation of the three academies increases, most of them rarely return to the academy, unless the academy specifically summons them. Therefore, they all stay between the Third Ring City and the Fourth Ring City, because there are more experts and more treasures here, which is more suitable for their growth. It's indeed not weak. Lin Ling nodded, but he had a headache about how to enter the Fourth Ring City. Although he could definitely enter if he showed the martial seal, this would also expose his traces. If Lei Tianlan knew, it would also alert the enemy. If she disappeared again, Lin Ling would have a hard time finding her. Take this scabbard with you. At this time, Sakura took out a scabbard and handed over a mask. These two items were extremely extraordinary, which surprised Lin Ling because the mask and scabbard were both extreme immortal treasures, and there was a mysterious aura lingering around them. An item of the Divine Dynasty. Sakura smiled, and Lin Ling put on the mask first. Suddenly his aura was concealed, and others couldn't see through him. This made Lin Ling mutter, Big Brother shouldn't be an assassin in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, right? Why does he have such a treasure? As for the scabbard, after putting it on, Sakura led Lin Ling forward. The experts guarding the gate were all in the True God realm, and one of them was even in the 5th stage of True God realm. However, they didn't stop Lin Ling and Lin Ling, as if they recognized the scabbard that Lin Ling was wearing. This showed that the scabbard was indeed an item of the Divine Dynasty. A 5th stage of True God guarding the gate, this Fourth Ring City is indeed profound. After Lin Ling entered the city gate, he immediately kept the scabbard and muttered. Looking up again, 4 ancient Four Symbols sat in the corner of the ancient city, and even from a distance, one could see their divine power. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that they were the real Four Symbols divine beasts. One must know that since he started learning martial arts, Lin Ling had seen many Four Symbols divine beasts, but those were all fake and there was no charm. That's the Four Symbols divine mansion, whose status and strength are comparable to the Grand Secretary, a huge ancient force only below the Imperial Censor. Sakura explained, and then he waved at Lin Ling, "Follow me." Lin Ling nodded, but he also looked deeply at the Four Symbols divine mansion, knowing that it was definitely in existence beyond the True God realm. Then, Lin Ling also stepped forward. On the way, Lin Ling sensed that the fourth ring city was also vast and boundless, like the world of the divine dynasty. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, but from time to time, there would be divine light shooting into the sky, reaching the universe. Chapter 2636. Xianling Long. Unknowingly, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. Although the dusky sky had no effect on the cultivators, it still caused their mood to become depressed. Because of the light rain outside, Treasure Ground Restaurant was bustling with activity. The restaurant was spacious, and the aroma of meat and wine permeated the air. These were all extremely precious meats in the myriad of worlds. None of the people who appeared here were weak. At this time, two figures walked in from the entrance. They were both wearing large cloaks, giving off a mysterious feeling. One of them vaguely revealed a strange mask, as if a ghost was smiling. However, everyone present was an expert, so they merely glanced at it indifferently because they also noticed that the masked person was only at the first level of the true god realm. This cultivation level was obviously at the bottom of the fourth ring city. Second brother, there are 4 treasure ground restaurants in the fourth ring city. The owner behind them is mysterious, but this restaurant can get some information, so we came here to try our luck. Those two were Lin Ling and Sakura. I heard that Tai Chi-Zhan obtained the position of tycoon. That guy just came to the fourth ring city and already obtained such a glorious title. He really can't be underestimated. Yes. His strength is ranked 42nd on the Heavenly Crossing list. I heard that he has a grudge with the Heaven Worship Camp's Marshal Yu Cheng. Now that he obtained the position, Yu Cheng can't be arrogant in front of him. Yes. Among the 3 great academies generation, Heavenly Saint Academy is still more powerful. That Feng Tianji also became a commander-in-chief. Most importantly, he didn't have a backer and relied on his strength to obtain the position. Yes. Feng Tianji is a member of the Heavenly Court. In fact, the Heavenly Court can be considered as a backer. Yes. In the restaurant, whispers could be heard. This was indeed a good place to gather information. At this time, another few figures walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. These 4 people's auras were extremely extraordinary. The men were handsome and had a heroic spirit, while the women were beautiful and had an aura that could topple cities. This was especially true for a woman wearing a green robe. Her long hair was like a waterfall that draped over her willowy waist. Wisps of green aura quietly spread out, causing her long hair to flutter occasionally. She was extremely extraordinary, and if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see 2 horns in her hair. Seeing this, the restaurant instantly fell silent. Because many had recognized the woman's origins, and they were surprised that such a woman with such status had actually come here as well. There are no more seats. The woman let out a clear and melodious voice that was very pleasant to the ears. Then her gaze landed on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. She smiled and said, "I saw some acquaintances. I'll go and greet them. Find a place and wait for me to come down." "Go, Sister Ling Long." A slightly younger girl at the side immediately replied, after which her gaze swept across the room. Unfortunately, the 1st floor was already filled with people. Only a chair in the corner was occupied by 2 people. "There are seats over there." The young girl immediately smiled and led the 2 men forward. Clang. Then, a bag of divine crystals was thrown onto the table by the young girl. She said indifferently, "I've taken a liking to this table. You can go outside the restaurant and eat." The 2 people on the table were Lin Ling and Sakura. They raised their heads in surprise and their eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Ling waved his right hand and also recognized the bag of divine crystals. "Take these divine crystals and disappear from my sight." Although he could see that the young girl was from the fourth ring city and her background wasn't small, to send him away with divine crystals, did she think he was a slave? Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't interested in those divine crystals at all. "What do you mean?" The young girl instantly frowned, as though she was greatly angered. Then her aura directly exploded. It was actually at the second level of True God realm. Most importantly, she was young and it was indeed rare for her to possess such strength. However, that little bit of aura of hers simply couldn't move Lin Ling at all. He still continued to drink with Sakura to his heart's content. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the young girl flew into a rage. The two men behind her also looked surprised. One of them, a white-haired young man, frowned as though he was thinking about something. "Yen Yun, what's wrong?" At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. The green-robed lady had already walked down and was walking over slowly. "These two are shameless. I only asked them to borrow a seat but they humiliated me." The young girl snorted coldly and inverted the truth. Because she directly used money to smash them and her words were filled with contempt for Lin Ling and Sakura. However, the green-robed lady was natural and unrestrained. She looked at Lin Ling and Sakura and smiled. "Sir, the restaurant is full. Your seat is empty. Can we sit down?" Although she wasn't angry, her tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. After speaking, she wanted to sit down. "Sorry, you're not welcome." However, Lin Ling also spoke, and his words shocked everyone in the restaurant. Even the green-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Her background wasn't small. Lowering herself to sit at the same table as Lin Ling was Lin Ling's fortune. Who knew, with some guidance from her, Lin Ling could walk sideways in the fourth ring city? Who would have thought that Lin Ling would directly reject her? "Xian Linglong, I have a seat here. Come over here. Over here." In an instant, a large number of voices came from the restaurant. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with mocking eyes, thinking that Lin Ling was a fool. "Thank you." The green-robed lady smiled and led the group away. Of course, there was displeasure in her eyes. She was the Azure Dragon Manor's young miss, yet someone actually dared to reject her? If it weren't for her face, she would have taught that punk a lesson long ago. Compared to the others' enthusiasm, Lin Ling was indeed indifferent, shaking his head in disdain. "No matter where you go, there will always be some servile people. Hee, not everyone has a lofty and unyielding character. Many people's arrogance is only shown in front of the weak. Only those who are arrogant in front of the strong are those who have a lofty and unyielding character." Sakura also laughed. "Those people are so stupid, thinking that by flattering the Azure Dragon Manor, they can soar to the sky in one step and be revered from then on. They don't know that to be revered, it depends on strength." "Big brother is right." Lin Ling nodded, clinking his wine cup with Sakura's and drinking again. The people around them thought that they would regret it, but when they saw them drinking wine casually, they immediately felt uncomfortable. "How hateful! This is the first time I've suffered this kind of humiliation. Meng Lu, Dan Quan, how about you help me teach him a lesson?" At this time, in another corner of the restaurant, the young girl was glaring at Lin Ling with resentment, whereas the green-robed lady was chatting happily with the person next to her, as if she didn't hear anything. Obviously, she had heard it, but was just pretending not to care. Alright. Chapter 2637. Not simple. "I'll go too." The young girl held the wine cup and her face was ferocious. "I want to splash wine all over their faces." The three of them walked towards Lin Ling. "Second brother, it seems like they won't give up." Noticing the three of them walking over, Indra played with his wine cup and sneered. "Don't bother about them. If they dare to mess around, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage." Lin Ling was still drinking his wine indifferently. Although his cultivation was the lowest here, his strength wasn't weak. Even if it was a fourth-level true god, he had the confidence to kill them. However, the others didn't see it that way. "Those two guys are going to be unlucky." That young girl is from the underworld Sky Cavalry Hall. In the Four-Ring City, she's second only to the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. I guess they'll be thrown out of the restaurant. Who knows, they might die in the ditch the next day. The surrounding people sneered as they drank their wine and watched the show. It wasn't their first time in the Four-Ring City. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this ancient city was and how deep the water was. "I really admire you guys. After offending us, you can still drink your wine so indifferently." The young girl took the lead to come to Lin Ling's side and said in a crafty manner, "The wine is good. Why don't you drink?" Lin Ling didn't even raise his head as he played with his wine cup and said. This indifference undoubtedly made the young girl even angrier. Do you know who I am? Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and we can continue drinking." A cold young man at the side was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling's indifference and said coldly. He was one of the strongest generation in the Tsongning Academy with a third-level true god cultivation. Since when did a first-level true god have the right to act indifferent in front of him? If it wasn't for Xian Linglong, he would have already taught them a lesson. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling and Indra finally raised their heads. Their eyes were extremely cold and an imposing manner like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled the air. The two of them had been through countless ups and downs since they started learning martial arts. That gaze actually made the young man's heart tremble. What a fierce look. In terms of cultivation, the young man was clearly higher than Lin Ling. However, in terms of combat experience, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for Sakura, he had obviously concealed his cultivation, but his eyes were even more domineering. At this moment, the young man was stunned. What are you waiting for? Attack them. However, the young girl couldn't care less and shouted even more angrily. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. However, that young man hadn't spoken when the white-haired young man who'd remained silent until now had spoken. The young woman was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, the white-haired young man spoke again. This time, he was speaking to Lin Ling. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. She is young and willful, so don't take it to heart. Let's leave immediately." What? This made the girl's eyes widen. Scram. Lin Ling sneered. He knew why the other party was tactful. It was because he knew that person. Come back. At this time, the green-robed woman in the distance also spoke. This made the young woman very unwilling, but she still led the two of them back. The white-haired young man looked deeply at Lin Ling and thought, he really didn't die. Meng Lu, what happened? After the young woman and the others sat down, the green-robed woman asked. Meng Lu, the strongest second generation in the past, had a mysterious origin. Her father had once told her that the martial god realm was vast and boundless, and many people had great backgrounds, and Meng Lu was one of them. Therefore, the green-robed woman had always treated Meng Lu as an honored guest. Do you still remember the Pride tournament? Yes. After sitting down, Meng Lu said indifferently. Pride tournament? The green-robed woman's eyes lit up. Originally, you were going to take first place, and even the big shots of Four Ring City were confirmed. However, a dark horse was born and defeated you, making you the second person of the second generation in the three great academies. Could he be? Yes. It's him. Meng Lu said. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly. He's the Lin Ling who was the talk of Three Ring City? But isn't he dead? Yes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's Lin Ling. This damn guy took liberties with Lei Dun. The young woman also realized. However, they obviously didn't care. After all, he was just the strongest second-generation Lin Ling. To them, he was indeed like a servant. This guy is not simple. Don't underestimate him. However, Meng Lu's eyes became serious, which shocked the green-robed woman. There was no need to say more about Meng Lu's background, and he was also the master of Four Ring City who feared nothing. Now, such a person actually admitted that Lin Ling was not simple. This meant that Lin Ling had secrets that even she didn't know. Most importantly, Xian Linglong, don't you have a grudge against Lei Tianlon? Lei Tianlon is also holding a meeting of heroes. If you want to disrupt the meeting, you can call on Lin Ling. Meng Lu said again. With his strength, is he qualified? The green-robed woman frowned. I believe that his strength is not much weaker than mine. Meng Lu smiled, which surprised the green-robed woman again. Although Meng Lu was defeated in the Pride tournament, he was simply the chosen one. In a short period of time, he had crazily improved his strength. Now, he had rushed into the Heavenly Surpass list and was conservatively estimated to be in the 30th place. Such a monstrous genius, He admitted that Lin Ling was not weaker than him. This must be a joke. Are you sure? The green-robed woman obviously didn't believe it. I'm not 100% sure. It's just my intuition. However, Lin Ling has a grudge against Lei Tianlun. I'm afraid that he wants to kill her more than you do. So, with the same goal, we're friends for the time being. Meng Lu said lightly, which made the green-robed woman nod. If he's qualified, then let him participate. Outside Baodi Restaurant, the rain continued to drizzle. Lin Ling and Sakura seemed to be drinking, but in fact, they were also inquiring about the news. Finally, they learned that Lei Tianlan and the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had convened the Valiant Ensemble. Finally, we know her whereabouts. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, there must be a lot of experts participating in this ensemble. If we want to go, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Sakura frowned. Lei Tianlan had a strong background. If they alerted her, it would attract more experts. If they couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at that time, it would be more difficult to kill her. No matter what, we have to go to the meeting of heroes. Lin Ling also knew the difficulties, but he was determined to go. Whether it was for himself or for Yu Yu and the others, Lei Tianlan must be eradicated. The two of them walked and talked as they left the restaurant. Outside, night had fallen. The entire Four-Ring City had just been lit, and it was thriving. However, that prosperous scene was actually piled up with countless bones under the city. Chapter 2638. Invited. I wonder how Yu Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although the distance wasn't too far, Lin Ling still missed them. Sakura also missed Sword Elder and the rest in his hometown. Then, the two of them walked and talked, reminiscing about their brotherhood in the past. But at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent arrived. This murderous intent was restrained and ordinary true gods couldn't sense it. Be careful! But Lin Ling and Sakura weren't ordinary people, so they warned each other. Lin Ling even sensed that the murderous intent was mixed with the might of the ultimate martial arts. Bang! Lin Ling's body burst out with flames and he activated the heaven and earth change. His speed reached the speed of 4 realms and he instantly dodged the murderous intent. Sakura was originally powerful. With a step, he also disappeared from the spot. Not bad, you didn't die. At the same time, on the roof of a house in front, a ghostly figure appeared. He seemed to have blended into the darkness. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes, he wouldn't be able to see him. Most importantly, that figure was a true god martial spirit. Looking at his previous move, it was a dagger as thick as a finger. After Lin Ling and the rest dodged it, it actually shot into the ground and disappeared. It didn't seem powerful, but its realm essence was restrained. If it landed on a person, it was enough to kill a true god martial spirit. But that's all. I think until now, you still don't know where I attacked. That silhouette spoke again, his voice filled with disdain. However, just as his voice faded, Lin Ling and Sakura appeared on the roof, causing that silhouette to cry out in surprise, "How did you guys find me?" Of course, he was surprised because he had a 6th grade awakened divine body, the body of black ink. As long as there was darkness, no one would be able to detect his trace. Even if he was in the shadow behind someone, that person wouldn't be able to detect him. Everything has its own rules. As long as there's a change, I'll naturally be able to detect it. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he pointed it at the other party. Sakura, on the other hand, sneered. Of course, he was also surprised by Lin Ling's agility. Previously, he was scared to death, afraid that Lin Ling would encounter an accident. Very good, you barely pass. I'm here to tell you a piece of news. Xian Ling Long, whom I saw during the day, wants to see you. That figure recovered its indifference and said indifferently, "So, you're here to inform us?" Lin Ling frowned. Informing us is one thing, but why do you want to kill us? If you can't even dodge He Mo's dagger, then there's no need for you to meet Xian Ling Long. That figure replied as if he was used to it. I understand. Lin Ling nodded as he scanned his surroundings. When he found the true god martial spirit's true body, The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, his sword heart bloomed with its sharpness. Boom! That true god martial spirit didn't expect Lin Ling to slash out with his sword. It couldn't react in time and was immediately split into two. Then, it exploded and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the street, a man spat out blood and his face was as pale as paper. His true god martial spirit was destroyed. His strength was crippled by at least 80%. Damn it! He roared angrily. However, just as his voice fell, two death-like voices appeared beside him as if they had been hiding beside him all along. These two people were Lin Ling and Sakura. I dare you to say that again. In the darkness, Sakura's cold smile was extremely ferocious. This caused that person's body to tremble. Although he was unwilling, he could only swallow his anger. I was only passing on a piece of news, but you destroyed my martial spirit. Passing on a piece of news, then ambushing us and taking our lives? Since that's the case, you can't even block my sword, then there's no need for you to pass on a piece of news. Lin Ling immediately replied with a cold smile. That person gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. You can't kill me. Otherwise, no one will lead the way. Previously, he had received Xian Linglong's order to recruit these two people. At that time, he was full of disdain and thought that Miss Xian Linglong had misjudged them. Therefore, he was dissatisfied and tested Lin Ling by splitting them into two and taking their lives. Who knew that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot? Why did the Xian Linglong you mentioned come to us? Lin Ling had doubts in his heart, so his sword was still pointed at that person. I can't say that. I can only say that this matter is beneficial to you. That person gritted his teeth and said. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer, causing his body to feel cold and he almost knelt down. However, this person's backbone was not bad. He gritted his teeth and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and said coldly, Lead the way. If I know that this matter is disadvantageous to us, then you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. With that said, he and Indra strode forward in large strides. This is the strongest second-generation Master Lin Ling? He's completely different from the rumors. His strength is extraordinary, and he does things flawlessly. Why would such a person be so stupid to take liberties with Lei Tianlun? There must be something hidden here. Behind the two people, that expert muttered to himself. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. At this time, inside a mansion in the Four-Ring City, a large number of experts were gathered outside the entrance. These people's strengths were not weak. They were all first-generation masters, and most of them were third-stage True God Realm masters. They seemed to be waiting for something, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. The Azure Dragon Manor's young miss is recruiting us. If we can enter the Azure Dragon Manor, then we can also enter the Great Azure God Dynasty. Dream on, there are only 12 spots, and a few of them have already been confirmed. The remaining 7 are competing, and you're not qualified to get a spot. Humph, Fong Ziyun, you're only ranked 84th on the Heavenly Crossing list, you're even less qualified. These geniuses were opposing each other with equal harshness. After all, the Azure Dragon Manor was one of the 4 great ancient mansions in the Four-Ring City, not to be underestimated. Entering the Azure Dragon Manor was a rare opportunity for geniuses without any background. Who knows, if they made a name for themselves, they might even be able to enter the Five-Ring City. Of course, the Avenue of Stars was right in front of them, but the competition was also extremely cruel. Have you decided? Which 7 people will enter? At this time, the door was pushed open, and an old man walked out, coldly asking. I'll go. I'm stronger, I won't lose face for the Azure Dragon Manor. Sir, do you really want to compete with me? The powerful geniuses took advantage of this rare opportunity and shouted one after another. Wait. But right at this time, a voice that wasn't loud sounded, and then 3 people approached from the distance. The one in the lead was a man wearing a mask and a black cloak, speaking in a hoarse voice. What are these 7 spots for? His arrival made all the first-generation masters shudder. For some reason, they felt as if this person had walked out from the netherworld. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared because they noticed that this person was merely a first-stage True God Realm master. Chapter 2639. Who could stop him? The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling, smiling without saying a word. Obviously, he knew who Lin Ling was. The other geniuses were stunned for a moment, then they frowned unhappily. What was this guy trying to do? He actually dared to interrupt them? One of the powerful first generation barked coldly, "You want us to wait? And wait for you?" "I'm just asking the senior, I didn't ask you to wait." Lin Ling stopped, looking indifferently at the first generation as if he didn't know that the first generation's anger was boiling. "Do you know the consequences of interrupting us?" The first generation raised his head, looking down at Lin Ling, and there was even a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Although Lin Ling was dressed mysteriously, he was only a first-level True God Realm cultivator. His cultivation wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Forget it, they were competing for a spot, so it was better to show off his strength. "Didn't ask us to wait? I really admire your courage and guts. The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you, causing a foul atmosphere. True geniuses aren't buried. Today, I'll cripple you and let you know what it means to be a first generation." The first generation said indifferently, and a terrifying aura spread out. A finger with the speed of 2 worlds shot towards Lin Ling with the force of wind and lightning. The others sneered coldly, knowing that a tragedy was about to happen. But soon, a painful cry rang out. The first generation's finger was caught by someone, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His finger was directly broken. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there with one hand outstretched. His powerful godly devil physique didn't fear wind and lightning. He didn't even look at the first generation as he said, "The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you. Today, I'll cripple your finger and let you know what it means to overestimate yourself." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the first generation was sent flying like a kite. The surroundings were silent. That first generation's strength wasn't weak, a third-level True God Realm expert. His attack was actually caught? How could they know that without a fourth-level True God Realm expert, no one could touch Lin Ling? "Sirs, please come in." The old man's eyes flashed as he spoke to Lin Ling. Lin Ling and Sakura instantly looked at each other and strode towards the door. As for the other first generations, their eyes were solemn. A first-level True God easily defeating a third-level True God. In fact, such a thing wasn't rare, but it rarely happened to them. But now, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. One had to know that the fact that they were able to enter the Four-Ring City meant that their strength was unquestionable. However, when a genius met a genius, the impact was not small. There's always someone better than you. The Great Azure State is indeed full of talents. The first-generation successors mumbled to themselves and retracted their auras. Previously, they seemed to have unrecognized talents, but now, they knew how weak they were. Off in the distance, the first-generation successor with the severed finger looked deeply at Lin Ling and the young man. He knew that Lin Ling was being merciful, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a severed finger. "There are still 5 spots left. You can decide for yourselves." The old man looked at the first-generation successor standing outside the door, leaving behind a sentence before turning around and entering the mansion. The mansion was quiet, seemingly empty. Along the way, Lin Ling didn't sense any powerful auras, finally feeling relieved. A short while later, they arrived at a large hall that was even quieter. There were more than a dozen people inside, all of them sitting on chairs. Although they didn't look old, each of them exuded an imposing aura. The Great Ensemble is about to begin. Our goal is to interrupt the Great Ensemble, defeat all the opponents recruited by Lei Tianlan, and suppress the Thunder Note Manor's momentum. As long as you can do this, you can enter my Azure Dragon Manor. Clear. A clear and melodious voice drifted out, and it actually carried an unquestionable dignity. The others nodded in agreement. Outside the hall, Lin Ling and Sakura's eyes lit up, understanding the purpose of the other party's invitation. So it was for Lei Tianlan's great ensemble. She knows me? But Lin Ling was still doubtful. Someone among them must have sensed your aura through your mask, but it's also very strange. After all, that's the profound pond mask, used by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's divine guards to do some secret things for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Even a master surpassing the true god realm might not be able to see through the mask's concealment. Sakura was also puzzled. Looks like there's someone capable among them. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It should be him. He thought of Meng Lu he met in the restaurant. That guy's background was one of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious. Adding on the fact that they had fought before, he naturally had a way to sense Huang Xiaolong's aura. Let's go in, an acquaintance recommended us. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode into the hall. After the two of them entered, many people in the hall were surprised. Other than Xian Linglong and the others, everyone else was surprised. Say it, what are the conditions for me to join? Lin Ling went straight to the point the moment he entered. Insolent. As soon as his words came out, a dignified voice sounded. A tall and sturdy young man stood up in an instant, like an invincible god of war, causing the ground to shake. This young man was called Prince Wuchen. Being able to enter, his strength was obviously stronger than the first generation outside. And the fact was indeed so. His talent was a 7th-grade awakened physique. Moreover, he had the power to shake the opponent's spiritual energy. Most importantly, they were invited by Xian Linglong, therefore, they were grateful. However, Lin Ling's tone did not contain any gratitude. Instead, it was as if he was on the same level as Xian Linglong. Xian Linglong was the Azure Dragon Mansion principal's daughter. She had the qualifications to be looked up to. Those two people did not have such qualifications. Not to mention, although he was one of the candidates, he also wanted to prove in front of Xian Linglong that he was the strongest among them. Big brother, are you going to do it or should I? Seeing this, Lin Ling's mask was still as cold as ever, turning to look at Sakura. This time I'll do it. Sakura nodded lightly, taking a step forward. His powerful momentum rose steadily, like the Big Dipper stars, suppressing the world. Boom, boom, boom. Their momentum collided madly, and Prince Wu Chen's expression changed. He could not see through Sakura's momentum at all. When Sakura arrived in front of him, he roared, and his awakened physique erupted, wanting to shake all of Sakura's flesh and blood. Break for me! However, Sakura was like the undead king of hell. When his opponent's momentum enveloped him, his flesh and blood disappeared, turning into a skeleton. The scary thing was that this skeleton did not give off a gloomy feeling. Instead, it had the domineering aura of a king. Trash, get out of my way! A skeletal arm reached out, grabbing Prince Wu Chen's neck, and then threw him out of the hall. Bang! As the voice fell, everyone's heart trembled slightly. There was only one word in their mind. So strong. As for Prince Wu Chen, he was not injured, but his face was green and red, ashamed to the extreme. Previously, he questioned the two's qualifications, but Lin Ling and Xian Linglong told him that if they were not qualified, then trash like him was even less qualified. Chapter 2640. Below the Black Tortoise Mountain. Earlier, at the main entrance, one person was sent flying, and now that they were inside the mansion, another person was sent flying. Those two mysterious people's strength was too terrifying. Among the 20 spots, their strength was probably ranked in the front. If they knew that one of them was Lin Ling, who was the talk of the town, what would they think? Pa. At this time, crisp sounds of slapping rang in the air. The green-robed woman, Xian Linglong, said nonchalantly, "Welcome, welcome. However, there is no reward for participating in this year's great ensemble, and you don't need to pay anything. It's just that we have a common goal, that's why we're working together. Do you have any objections?" Xian Linglong added. She was young, but her way of doing things was flawless. Lin Ling nodded his head. Before this, he had thought that participating in the great ensemble would require him to pay something, but now, this was the best, each fighting for their own goal. Straightforward, then we'll set out immediately and arrive at the valiant great ensemble before dawn. Xian Linglong also stood up, leading the group out of the main hall. This woman, as a woman, is able to summon this generation's strength, truly amazing. Looking at Xian Linglong's decisive action, Lin Ling thought to himself. Most importantly, he could feel that Xian Linglong's strength was unfathomable, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Manor's daughter. The Azure Dragon Manor was born at the same time as the Azure Province. Their foundation is deep. As their descendant, her strength is definitely not bad. However, in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there are geniuses more powerful than Xian Linglong. Sakura explained, which made Lin Ling nod his head. After he discovered that these powerful forces, every single one of them was an ambitious person. Lei Tianlan was like that, and so was Xian Linglong. However, these two women were clearly competing with each other, and this also benefited Lin Ling. Subsequently, Lin Ling sensed a meaningful gaze looking at him. It was Meng Lu. Obviously, Meng Lu recognized Lin Ling. "I'm looking forward to your strength," Meng Lu muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. But Lin Ling knew that those words were directed at him. However, Dreamflow also reached True God Realm. His combat strength was likely extremely not weak too. Under the cover of the night, they walked along the four-ring city. Gradually, they arrived at the southeast part of the city. Black Tortoise Mountain sat on the ground. The mountain was covered with withered branches, which added to the desolate atmosphere. There were more and more people around, but the security was extremely tight. This made Lin Ling frown. He was here to kill Lei Tianlan, but it didn't seem like it would be easy. The Thunder Sound Manor was indeed a powerful force in the four-ring city. Although it wasn't the strongest force in the four-ring city, it was obvious that even the Four Symbols Heavenly Palace wouldn't dare to provoke it. "Second brother, there's some trouble. What should we do next?" Sakura also said solemnly. If they alerted the enemy, it would attract more experts, and then it would be more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. "Play it by ear." Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he secretly transmitted his voice. With Xian Linglong and the rest leading the way, they managed to blend in. It was hard to imagine that without Xian Linglong, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, forming groups of 2s and 3s. Although the voices of discussion were soft, when they gathered together, it still caused a commotion at the foot of the mountain. There was an ancient mansion in front of them. A towering banner was placed there, with the words, "Thunder Sound Manor," embroidered on it. Although the Thunder Sound Manor wasn't the most powerful force in the four-ring city, no one dared to underestimate it because of its owner's relationship with the Empress Dowager of the Divine Dynasty. Thank you, heroes, for participating in our brave and scheming heroes gathering. This is the blessing of the Thunder Sound Manor. An aged voice reverberated through the mountain range. An old man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at everyone as he spoke. Behind him, there was a high platform made of white jade. Several figures were sitting there, and one of them was Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan is so beautiful. Moreover, she has the demeanor of a heroine at such a young age. If I can become partners with her, my life won't be in vain. Do you want to die? Countless people in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty want to hold Lei Tianlan's hand, but who has succeeded? Do you think Marshal Yu Qing is stupid? Hee, I'm just saying. However, I think Marshal Yu Qing may not be able to control Lei Tianlan. The young men around them whispered. Yu Qing, the marshal of the Fengtian Prefecture, was considered young and promising. However, compared to Lei Tianlan, he was not worthy. Although Yu Qing had told everyone that Lei Tianlan was his fiancée, and Lei Tianlan had never objected to it, it was obvious that she didn't agree with it personally. This brave and scheming heroes gathering is very simple. It will be a challenge tournament. Geniuses who perform well can enter the Thunder Sound Manor and practice martial arts with Miss. The old man said again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was in high spirits. For many people, if they could enter the Thunder Sound Manor, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. This was especially true for the generation without a backer. They regarded the brave and scheming heroes gathering as a turning point in their lives. Lei Tianlan knows how to win people's hearts. Seeing this, Sakura, who was among the crowd, sneered. She's just looking for some cannon fodder. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. How could he not know what Lei Tianlan was planning? Lei Tianlan had recruited some geniuses. If anything happened, she would let them take care of it and protect her. If they died midway, Lei Tianlan wouldn't care. If they were still alive, it meant that they were talented and the Thunder Sound Manor would nurture them. Of course, many people knew this, but they wouldn't reject it. After all, if one wanted to stand tall in the great Azure Divine Dynasty, they couldn't avoid risks. There were countless geniuses in the martial god world. If they didn't have a backer, it would be difficult for them to grow. The challenge tournament is divided into 7 stages. In the end, there will be 7 arena masters. Then, the arena masters will fight against each other and laugh at the great Azure Divine Dynasty. The old man continued, of course, the purpose of this challenge tournament is to nurture a generation for the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, the Thunder Sound Manor doesn't want anyone to cause trouble. This was obviously a private challenge tournament set up by the Thunder Sound Manor. However, it was under the name of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This showed that they had thought it through thoroughly. Suddenly, there was laughter all around. Many people shook their heads. Who would dare to cause trouble in this challenge tournament? Some people even saw the people from the 4 Symbols Divine Mansion. However, they were sure that the people from the 4 Symbols Divine Mansion wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The rules of the challenge tournament are simple. Those who admit defeat will be eliminated. Those who are stubborn can be killed directly. The old man said again. When the last sentence was said, killing intent filled the air. Many people suddenly shuddered. How ruthless! Some of the geniuses even wanted to back out. Only the strong ones who were confident in themselves were unmoved. Obviously, their hands were also covered in blood. The weak will be killed directly? Lin Ling thought to himself. The ensemble of heroes seemed to be for nurturing geniuses, but it was actually a game to kill the weak. Moreover, there were many forces here. Once there was a fight, it would definitely lead to a massacre. In the end, these forces would hate each other. Chapter 2641. Kill Saint Xiaobao. Begin. As the final voice sounded, a murderous aura seemed to permeate Black Tortoise Mountain. 7 ice-cold arenas rose from the ground as the geniuses who had signed the life and death contract stepped onto their respective arenas one after another. Your purpose is to interrupt Lei Tianlan's meeting of heroes and make her return in disgrace. At a corner of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong had her hands behind her back as she coldly instructed. Naturally, she would not participate in this meeting of heroes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although Xian Linglong looked delicate, she was a woman who killed without blinking. 20 people were fighting for her. If they were defeated, they would die. Second brother, which martial stage are you on? After Sakura signed the life and death contract, he walked back and looked at Lin Ling, number 7. Lin Ling replied. Sakura was number 3 and Meng Lu was number 1. This allowed Lin Ling to relax. This big brother and Meng Lu were not to be underestimated, so it would be best if they didn't meet. After that, the battles in the arenas began. Some of the participants were from the first generation of the 3 academies, but there were also quite a number of individual cultivators. Those individual cultivators had no human rights and were even more inferior than the first generation. Therefore, this was also a chance for them to make a comeback. Instantly, blood splattered in all directions on those arenas, and battle cries filled the sky. This great ensemble of heroes was obviously not comparable to the proud world competition. It was even crueler, and losing meant death. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They had been slaves their entire lives and had been suppressed for a long time. Therefore, their attacks were extremely ruthless. After a round of battle, no one admitted defeat. Most of those who lost died. Perhaps it wasn't that no one admitted defeat, but rather that the victor had killed his opponent, causing the referee to be unable to react in time. Of course, the The referee's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't seem to care at all. Xing Xiaobao, you should have become a governor, but a dead man delayed your progress. Although this gathering isn't set up by the government, it can still help you make a name for yourself. You have to do well for the Holy King's mansion. A young man in a corner of Black Tortoise Mountain lightly said, Big brother, my strength has increased greatly during this period of time. Those opponents can't even escape a single move from me. Beside him, a slightly younger man replied, his eyes filled with killing intent. Go, there are 3 people to pay attention to on the 7th martial platform. They are Grand Duke Lin, Count Han's men. They are powerful and have a violent personality. However, I have already arranged for them to not be too ruthless when they meet you. The young man said again, Thank you, big brother. Apart from those 3, I'll kill everyone else on sight. Soon, it was Xing Xiaobao's turn. When he appeared, there was a slight commotion in the surroundings. Xing Xiaobao, the young prince of the Holy King's residence, almost became a military governor in the past. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. His opponent had also appeared. It was a mysterious person wearing a large cloak and a black mask. But this mysterious person's aura was merely at the 1st level True God realm. If it was in the past, Xing Xiaobao might only have a 60% chance of winning. But now that he had stepped into the 2nd level of True God realm, his chances of winning had reached as high as 80%. Get out! Xing Xiaobao looked at the mysterious person opposite him with contempt. However, the mysterious cloaked person didn't move. Instead, he looked at Xing Xiaobao indifferently with a trace of surprise in his eyes under the mask. This was because he was Lin Ling. He didn't expect to meet Xing Xiaobao. However, after parting with the Grand Council, Xing Xiaobao's strength had obviously increased by a lot. Can't you hear my words? If I attack, it won't be as simple as getting out. Your life will be left here. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Xing Xiaobao shouted angrily again. In fact, he wasn't surprised that Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. Everyone who dared to step onto the stage would definitely have the intention to risk it all. Unfortunately, Xing Xiaobao wanted to risk it all? Only death awaited him in exchange for a fluke. However, Lin Ling still didn't move, but he opened his mouth. You have 3 breaths of time to live. Grasp it. His words made the surrounding people's eyes narrow. A mere 1st level True God realm, yet he was so arrogant. The corner of Xing Xiaobao's mouth curled into a sneer. This battle was the battle that made him famous. How could he take Lin Ling's words to heart? Pitiful person, the 4-ring city isn't a place where an outsider like you can enter. Xing Xiaobao's aura soared to the sky. He didn't intend to let Lin Ling live any longer. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. Crackle! A thunderous blade slashed through the void as if it could sever the 3 worlds. The Holy King's lightning blade. Seeing this, the young man from the Holy King's mansion laughed, seemingly satisfied with his younger brother's strength. As for the mysterious cloaked person, he was merely a sacrificial lamb for his younger brother. He's dead for sure, that's a mid-grade 4 martial art. Many people shook their heads and said. Some brutal rogue cultivators revealed a look of anticipation, their eyes filled with bloodthirst. Only the people on Xian Linglong's side had the opposite thought. Xing Xiaobao wasn't the mysterious cloaked person's opponent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the truth was indeed so, because Lin Ling finally drew his sword. With the ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling light bloomed, like a rainbow in the sky, piercing through the sun and moon. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The thunderous blade was cut in half by the sword, and a sword mark appeared on Xing Xiaobao's neck. He stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of disbelief. Was he killed with a single sword strike? Moreover, the sword strike from before actually gave him a feeling of familiarity. Even though the sword had turned into a myriad of colors and its aura was very strange, he was very sure that he'd seen that sword strike before. Most importantly, when a person was on the verge of death, their mind was the clearest. At that moment he finally remembered. It was in the Grand Council Hall. At that time, his position as governor was taken away, so he fought with a nameless junior. That junior was naturally Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Lin Ling in the end. This sword and Lin Ling's sword, except for the color and aura, were exactly the same. He even had a feeling that the person in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he didn't die? Moreover, he came to the fourth ring city, and even stood in front of Lei Tianlan? At this moment, he really wanted to shout, "Lin Ling is here!" Boom. However, his gaze had just flickered when a sharp sword descended from the sky, and it actually split him into two, causing his blood to splatter all over the arena. Pathetic person, I gave you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat, but you missed the precious time. Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out of the arena. Everyone saw that the mysterious cloaked person had left the arena. What a ruthless sword, extremely dense killing intent. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. That sword was too terrifying. It was definitely an ultimate sword Dao. Moreover, its true realm of Dao was not weak at all. Now, in the 7th arena, the mysterious cloaked person had become a formidable opponent. Chapter 2642. Kill. You killed my brother. Kill. At that moment, a ferocious roar, like that of a thunder god, rang out, causing the Black Tortoise Mountain to tremble. At the edge of the arena, a man looked at Lin Ling in a frenzy. Divine thunder roared around his body. It seemed that he had an extremely powerful awakened divine body. Of course, his gaze quickly landed on the corpse on the stage. Lightning snakes were wreaking havoc in his eyes. Sheng Xiaobao was his younger brother, the one he doted on the most in his life. Part of the reason why he kept getting stronger was to protect his younger brother. In Three Ring City, if anyone dared to provoke his younger brother, he would slaughter their entire family. In the 10,000 realms, his younger brother was once chased by a powerful realm king when he was young. He was so furious that he directly killed countless people in that realm. He even said to his younger brother, "Xiaobao, as long as you're happy, you can do anything. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Kill." And now his younger brother was dead. He died right in front of his eyes. How could he not hate him? Most importantly, he thought his younger brother would definitely win. In the end, he was killed by a single sword strike. How could he not regret it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let his younger brother enter the stage. You think I should be killed by him? Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even raise his head. He was talking to himself, but his words were obviously directed at the man. Good. I look forward to meeting you. Kill. The young man was so angry that he laughed. However, his laughter was even more terrifying. Sheng Xiaobao is angry. Seeing this, many people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain shook their heads. They knew that the cloaked man was definitely going to die. Although the cloaked man's strength was not bad, his realm was obviously too low. He was definitely not a match for Sheng Xiaobao. The 2 words Sheng Xiaobao represented a kind of recognition of strength. It was even higher than the title of Commander-in-Chief. Let's see who that cloaked man is. Then, some experts began to search through the life and death contract. Although the life and death contract was just a formality, it still recorded the participants' information. Kill. Someone exclaimed. That mysterious cloaked man was called Kill? What a sharp name. It seemed that he was also a master whose hands were covered in blood. Pursuit. At this moment, in the distance of the arena, Lei Tianlan frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She seemed to be familiar with him, but she shook her head because she couldn't see through Lin Ling. What is he after? Lan? In my opinion, this fellow will die on the combat arena in less than 3 battles. A young man in mighty armor laughed coldly from the side, and he was exactly Yu Cheng. Let's wait and see. Lei Tianlan shook her head with a smile, but she still had a strange idea in her mind. Pursuit? What were they trying to kill? She didn't know that she was the one being hunted down. However, her gaze quickly wandered and landed on the other arenas, because those arenas were also extremely cruel. As time passed, The weaklings were killed one after another. Until now, there were only 3 people who admitted defeat and left. Blood had already stained the arena and flowed, making the remaining experts who were going to fight look solemn. Who is the cloaked man in the third arena? His strength is so domineering. He killed his opponent with a single punch, and it was a direct explosion. He seems to be very similar to the mysterious man in the 7th arena. The white-haired young man in the first arena can't be underestimated. Once the tomb appeared, all his opponents died without knowing why. That's Meng Lu, the strongest second generation in the past. However, although Meng Lu is powerful, the one in the third arena is not weak either. He's the first generation ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list, and he's in the 4th level of the True God realm. Tiskithe, the Heavenly Crossing list is for the first generation who cultivated for less than 2,000 years, and he reached the 4th level of the True God realm in such a short period of time. What a monster! Before the 30th, the lowest cultivation is at the 4th level of the True God realm. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, everyone was discussing animatedly as they saw the top experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the first generation and rogue cultivators who were going to fight trembled in fear, deeply afraid of encountering a powerful opponent. That 5-meter-tall rogue cultivator seems to be under the command of the Sovereign Marquis. He's simply tearing his opponents apart. That's called the King of Savages. Not only does he tear people apart, I heard that he even eats people. Don't ever meet him. Chase after him. I don't want to meet that cloaked man either. As time passed, fewer and fewer people dared to go up the arena because once they went up, they would die even if they admitted defeat. If they dared to go up, they had to be prepared to be killed. In the 7th arena, it was Lin Ling's turn again, and his opponent was a young man. This person was also a swordsman, but his cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was in the 3rd level of the True God realm. Hoo-ho, the goal of this arena is to experience yourself. If you can't kill, then withdraw immediately. At the same time, a woman's voice came from afar. It was extremely cold. She wore a green robe as if she was isolated from the world. Looking at that woman, many people's eyes lit up because that was Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Green Prefecture. Ever since Si Xuanmei died, Senior Immortal Plum Sword has been thinking about revenge all the time. She's been looking for strange creatures in the 10,000 worlds and taking them as her disciples in an attempt to make a comeback. Someone said indifferently, Si Xuanmei was the disciple that Immortal Plum Sword was most proud of. Unfortunately, she was killed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wasn't already dead, Immortal Plum Sword definitely wouldn't have let Lin Ling go. Even so, she spent a lot of effort to find a disciple. Most importantly, this disciple's talent wasn't much weaker than Si Xuanmei's. One had to admit that Immortal Plum Sword was very lucky. This was because such a sword genius was 1 in a million. Sometimes, one might not even be able to find one even if they traveled through the 10,000 worlds. It's her. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was also looking into the distance. Naturally, he saw Immortal Plum Sword. He sneered as he thought of what Immortal Plum Sword said. If he could kill, then he would kill. If he couldn't, then he would withdraw? Wasn't this plan a little too good? He was treating his opponent as a practice stone for his sword. Chase after me. I know that you're quite strong, but I wonder how your sword is? If you can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your life. At this moment, the young man named Hu Shao said. Looking at his young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of the True God realm. He was obviously the chosen one and was bound to enter the 3 big colleges. In reality, he didn't have any connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Immortal Plum Sword as his master. If I can take one of your attacks, you'll spare my life? What if I can't take it? Lin Ling shook his head and asked indifferently. Of course you'll die. You're a swordsman. Don't you know that once your sword is drawn, it'll take your life? How can a defeated swordsman have the right to live? The young man said coldly. At such a young age, he had the aura of a powerhouse. It was obvious that he wasn't a greenhorn. His sword had probably killed many people. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. If he couldn't take the opponent's attack, he would die. If he could take the opponent's attack, the opponent would spare his life? Was that really the case? Chapter 2643. A Domineering Sword. Get ready to receive my sword. This is the sword that will make me, Hu Shao, famous in Qing state. Although Hu Shao was talented, he was still a young girl. Therefore, he was impatient and attacked. Although he was the chosen one, he had no reputation in Qing state. Even those weaker than him had mocked him. This was a thorn in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to shock the world with his sword. Hu Zhanglu. He attacked with his strongest attack without hiding anything. What was terrifying was that his sword wasn't meant to kill, but to attack. This was because the sword was extremely huge. It turned into a sword pillar the size of a small mountain and slashed down. This sword was meant to blast the opponent into pieces. That pursuer is a first-level true god, while Hu Shao is a third-level true god. Both of them have sword hearts, but my disciple Hu Shao is obviously stronger. In the distance, Immortal Plum's sword sneered. Kill more geniuses. That way, you can grow faster and surpass your senior sister. This pursuer is not bad. I hope Hu Zhao's understanding of the sword Dao will deepen and his ultimate sword Dao will enter the Dao domain. She had completely treated Lin Ling as a practice stone. His only purpose in life was to practice with Hu Shao. At this moment, the huge sword pillar slashed down. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 20% sword heart. Hu Shao was more powerful than Lin Ling had imagined. This was because Hu Shao was younger than Lin Ling. Pursuer, look over here. At this moment, Hu Shao shouted coldly. His eyes changed. They were like the eyes of a tiger. This was his innate talent. A terrifying thing happened. In his eyes, Lin Ling's family and friends were all killed by a single sword strike. Their blood dyed the entire world red. Grandfather, mother, you, and the others. This awakened divine body was extremely strange. It seemed to be releasing the might of a tiger. It was like a ferocious tiger. When it roared, millions of beasts would be afraid. The power of this innate gift was clearly meant to make Lin Ling feel fear. Once a swordsman felt fear, their battle prowess would be reduced by 40%. Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as if he was affected by the tiger's gaze. This made Hu Shao smile coldly. Good, he had killed another powerful genius. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the 3 great academies. You're courting death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of heaven and earth. Instead, he became even more violent when his friends and family were killed. Boom! A towering aura erupted from Lin Ling's body as he activated the heaven and earth transformation. The boundary rivers in his 2 dantians also merged, allowing Lin Ling's strength to reach the 3rd level of true god realm. He raised his sword and slashed the heavens. Boom! The huge sword pillar collided with Lin Ling's sword, but it was actually blocked. The collision of the huge swords actually caused countless experts to fall to the ground. Even Hu Zhao's expression changed drastically. The other party was clearly a first-level true god, but the aura that erupted gave him the feeling of a third-level true god? Ka-ka-ka. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Hu Zhao's sword began to crack and finally exploded. Hu Zhao's sword was actually broken by Lin Ling's sword. I admit defeat. Seeing this, Hu Shao was completely terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling's sword to be so terrifying. Die! Die! Just as he kept retreating, Lin Ling's sword had already caught up with him. Pursuit! At this moment, Lin Ling's name of Pursuit was well-deserved. Admit defeat now? Run now? Pursue relentlessly. You dare! Die! Almost at the same time, the immortal plum sword in the distance let out an angry roar. Hu Zhao's tiger eyes also widened. I've already admitted defeat, you dare. You dare. However, under his voice, Lin Ling's sword became even faster. The tyrannical Song sword merged with the sword heart, reaching the 2nd level of the sword heart. How could he not dare? The ancient sword soared through the sky. Clang. The sword in Hu Zhao's hand instantly broke into pieces. A huge sword pillar slashed horizontally. Then, with a boom, the young man was chopped into pieces. Hu Zhao's sword is overbearing, but his sword is even more overbearing. Kill! Seeing Hu Zhao turn into ashes, many people's faces turned pale. The pursuing sword was too crazy. Moreover, a first-level true god killed Hu Zhao, who was a third-level true god. Moreover, Hu Zhao had the sword heart. The power of this pursuit was beyond imagination. One should know that when Hu Zhao fought, everyone thought that he was a rare genius. However, at this moment, they thought that the pursuing sword was the real genius. This was because the pursuing sword's cultivation was obviously lower. Why did you kill my disciple? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out like a nighthawk. In the distant sky, the immortal plum sword was floating there. The immortal sword was pointing at Lin Ling from afar with a sinister expression. It wasn't easy for her to find a good seedling, but in the end, he died here. This made her angry and resentful. My disciple has already admitted defeat, but you showed no mercy. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with the cold voice of the immortal plum sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling also raised his head. Under the mask, he revealed a cold smile and said indifferently, "How can a defeated swordsman be qualified to live?" The immortal plum sword's expression froze. Because this sentence was said by her disciple, Hu Zhao, and now Lin Ling actually reversed it. Kill if you can, retreat if you can't? Immortal plum sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou, is this how you teach your disciple? As a swordsman, you want to retreat before the battle. As a master, you're not much. Lin Ling said again. His words made many people gasp. Although the immortal plum sword couldn't be compared to the Thunder Manor, she was still one of the top 10 sword immortals. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, a first-level true god junior dared to refute her? Go to hell. The immortal plum sword obviously couldn't win against Lin Ling. Moreover, she was in the wrong, so she directly attacked. A sword, soaring through the sky, filled with immortal energy, and actually froze all the clouds in the sky. The sword light was like snow, so terrifying. At this moment, below the Black Tortoise Mountain, many people felt a chill. That sword was too sharp. Immortal plum sword, please don't forget about the meeting of heroes. However, at this moment, an ancient voice rang out like a large bell, shaking the ground and causing everyone's ears to ring. This was obviously an expert. Perhaps his strength wasn't as strong as the immortal plum sword, but his words made the immortal plum sword tremble, and she angrily put away her sword. Today was the meeting of heroes organized by the Thunder Manor. She caused trouble here, which was equivalent to provoking the Thunder Manor. Thinking of the old woman from the Thunder Manor, the immortal plum sword was obviously afraid, even respectful. Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. As expected, the Black Tortoise Mountain was surrounded by experts. Lei Tunlan was very difficult to kill, unless there was a chance to get close to her. Junior, the meeting of heroes won't be able to protect you forever. The immortal plum sword floated down from the sky and said coldly. Obviously, she would definitely not let Lin Ling go. This pursuit has offended the Holy King's manor, and now he has offended the top 10 sword immortals. He's really brave. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that even if Lin Ling's name shook the Thunder Manor today, he would definitely not be able to survive. Chapter 2644. 7 Arena Masters. Unfortunately, no one knew that even if Lin Ling did not offend the immortal plum sword, as long as she knew his identity, she would still want to kill him. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give her any face. Get lost. Lin Ling let out a low growl and strode out of the arena. You! The immortal plum sword did not expect that Lin Ling would actually ask her to get lost. She could kill such a junior with one strike, but he actually asked her to get lost? She simply could not believe her ears. I'm right here. If you dare to come and kill me, then come. If you don't dare, then don't blabber and say some threatening words. That will only make you more embarrassed. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was fearless. That sentence made even more people's faces change. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling's insolence. This chase is really interesting. The more prominent the person is, the more fearless he is. If such a person is recruited, it will definitely be a good background. Lei Tianlan revealed a smile. She admired Lin Ling very much, because only by hunting down such a talented junior could one achieve great things. Unfortunately, he is Xian Linglong's man. He probably did not come here with good intentions. At the side, the corner of Yu Cheng's mouth curved into a cold smile, but his words were filled with jealousy. However, Lei Tianlan did not care. She was still waiting for the next arena battle. The 7 arenas went through bloody battles. The strongest experts gradually emerged. For example, Sakura's arena. His attacks were wild and tyrannical. In addition, the arena rules were merciless. Therefore, he could be said to be unscrupulous. None of his opponents could withstand his punch. Wherever his punch passed, his opponents would only end up being smashed into pieces. He seemed to have vented all his anger towards Lei Tianlan on his opponent. Meng Lu came from the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He was also a person who did great things. His attacks were also extremely merciless. His opponents' souls were all shattered, but their bodies were safe and sound. Many people looked at these ferocious experts and couldn't help but look forward to it even more. When these arena lords clashed, they wondered how intense the battle would be. As for the 7th arena, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. He killed all the enemies with a single sword strike. When he went up, there were still 2 strong cultivators in the 7th arena, but there was hesitation in their eyes. They didn't immediately go up. Your sword is very sharp. Moreover, you seem to be at the 1st level of True God Realm, but you can explode with the strength of a 3rd level of True God Realm. It's indeed very terrifying. However, if I can block your sword, I think you will definitely lose. A young man from the ancient faction of Grand Duke Lin said coldly. Grandfather Lin was also a powerful force in Three Ring City. Therefore, this young man's strength was definitely not weak. He was the one most likely to become the arena master of the 7th arena. On the stage, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything. Am I right? Let me guess again. In fact, you can only use that domineering sword strike once. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the young man thought that Lin Ling was feeling guilty and immediately laughed. Could it be that that was the flaw in the pursuit? Everyone secretly guessed that perhaps Grandfather Lin would be able to defeat the pursuers under his command. In fact, the young man was indeed guessing, because he was really unwilling to admit defeat, but seeing that Lin Ling didn't dare to say anything, his confidence grew stronger. Pursuit, let me defeat you. The young man shouted angrily and wanted to go up the arena. Whoever goes up, dies. However, Lin Ling's gaze finally looked over. Just one sentence. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, and it actually made the young man stop in his tracks. Although he seemed to have recovered his confidence earlier, obviously he was just trying to comfort him. Right now, he was hesitating again. You talk so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to see my limit? If you really want to see it, then use your life to see it. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Lin Ling said again. The wide cloak and black mask gave people a feeling of death. I admit defeat. The young man's eyes kept flickering. In the end, he sighed and gave up completely. So powerful. He made Grand Duke Lin's subordinate give up with just his aura. I thought Grand Duke Lin's subordinate was the master of the arena in arena number 7. Looking at this shocking scene, many people's hearts became heavy. Moreover, they were also very curious. Who exactly was this mysterious person who had suddenly risen up? In fact, many of the ancient factions at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain were also aware of the origins of Qi Lin's pursuit. If not for the Thunder Sound Manor wanting to recruit him, they would definitely have extended an olive branch to Qi Lin. The 7 masters of the arena were finally born. They were Meng Lu, the king of savages, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, Shen Shui, sword artist condensing clouds, and Lin Ling. Among the 7, 4 were the strongest. They were Meng Lu, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, and the king of Savages. These 7 were also qualified to enter the Thunder Sound Manor. However, the 7 of them also had to fight to produce the strongest group of heroes. Of course, the 7 of them were the strongest masters of the arena, so the Thunder Sound Manor would not let them die. They only needed the loser to admit defeat. Next, the 7 of them would draw lots to choose their opponents. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on Lei Tianlun. He was getting closer and closer to the ambitious woman. Second brother, you must kill her in one blow. At the same time, Sakura's voice was heard quietly. Lin Ling nodded. He had already made up his mind to retreat immediately after killing Lei Tianlun. This was because if he did not kill her this time, Lei Tianlun would definitely attack Lin Ling when she knew that Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, with Lin Ling's strength, it would be even more difficult to kill Lei Tianlun. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first battle, Sakura versus the King of Savages. The 7 arenas gathered in an instant, and a brutal and intense battle began. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages was the first to enter the arena. His teeth were extremely long, and his eyes were filled with brutality. Moreover, the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Even demonic aura and ghostly aura could not invade his body. This was because he was an evil man. He was so ferocious that even ghosts and demons did not dare to approach him. Di Shirtian also quickly ascended the stage. King of Savages? A disdainful smile appeared on Sakura's face. His domineering aura surged out in layers. King of Savages, tear him apart. Mysterious man, even if he's a savage from the countryside. Around the arena, excited voices sounded. It was as if the arena had stimulated the bloodlust in their hearts. These warriors from the 4-ring city are even more unscrupulous. Lin Ling looked at the crazy scene and could not help but shake his head. The 4-ring city was not like the 3 big schools. This place was even more ruthless, brutal, and even murderous. Boom. At the same time, the battle in the arena began. Aren't you worried about him? The King of Savages is extremely powerful. It is said that he was transformed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. At this time, a calm voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It was actually Xian Linglong. At this moment, Xian Linglong was very interested in Lin Ling and his brother. These 2 people were decisive and powerful. They were indeed geniuses that could not be missed. Chapter 2645. All of them admitted defeat. Sure enough, the flesh and blood on Sakura's body disappeared, and he actually transformed into the King of Bones. He was 2 meters tall, his bones were wide, and there were even some bones that grew barbs. A wisp of King of Hell's aura also exploded out on the stage. His right arm suddenly shuddered, and his hand turned into a white bone fist. After clashing with the King of Savages, he actually blew up the King of Savages' right arm with a single punch. Smelly blood splattered in all directions. There was a deathly silence around the arena. In this violent collision, the mysterious Sakura was actually so ferocious. The King of Savages also let out a roar. His origins were not weak, as he was formed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. That piece of flesh was also formed from a melancholy aura. He was originally the strongest, but who would have thought that his right arm would be blasted apart? Die! The King of Bones let out a deep growl. His fist seemed to collide with a world, killing the King of Savages. Boom! Boom! In the arena, a thunderous sound rang out as a bloody scene appeared. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages had actually been reduced to a pile of mush. However, the people around didn't think it was cruel. Instead, they cheered. In the end, Sakura left the ring. In a short period of time, one of the 7 arena lords had died. Even if they tried to save him, they couldn't save him. This person can't be provoked. I don't know where he came from, but his strength and talent are simply unfathomable. He has something from the divine dynasty on him, and he's hiding his aura. It seems he has some background. Qing province is vast, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, the hidden experts began to whisper among themselves. As for Xian Linglong, her eyes kept flashing. She was paying more attention to Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. Neither of them were weak. The remaining 6 people drew lots again, and soon it was Meng Lu's turn to fight. His opponent was Xian Shui. Xian Shui, Song Ning Academy's first generation, ranked 45th on the Heavenly Surpass list, was an extremely outstanding existence, and also had the status of governor. Such a genius in a second or third ring city would be revered by tens of thousands of people. However, he directly admitted defeat. He had watched the Dream Stream's battle before, and it seemed to be flawless. Although he had heard that someone had found the Dream Stream's weakness and defeated it in the end, the Dream Stream had been defeated. However, there were people who had tried to do this before. Unfortunately, they had failed. Obviously, Dreamflow knew his weakness and had made up for it during this period of time. That weakness no longer existed, unless someone could find a new flaw in him, but the possibility of that happening was very low. Not only did Meng Lu raise his cultivation realm, his talent probably also improved. If he's to me, he's indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Ling thought to himself. In this heroes' gathering, apart from Big Brother, Meng Lu was also the strongest. Although the rest of the people were powerful, they were not a threat to the current Lin Ling. Next battle, Commander Pa Sui against Swordsman Ning Yun. Many people were looking forward to the next battle. However, Swordsman Ning Yun admitted defeat immediately. To him, Governor Pa Sui was very strong and was at the 4th True God realm. He was definitely not a match for him. Sigh, I thought there would be an exciting battle. What a pity. The crowd sighed in disappointment. However, they did not think that sword artist Ning Yun's admission of defeat was shameful. After all, the latter was indeed not a match for his opponent. Currently, there's still Chase who hasn't fought. I wonder what kind of opponent he'll draw. Only 4 people are left. The mysterious Sakura, Dreamflow, and Commander Pa Sui Chase. Chase's luck is bad. The remaining 3 are all stronger than him. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what kind of opponent Lin Ling drew, his outcome would most likely be defeat. Although Lin Ling was somewhat powerful, he was only at the 1st True God realm. Being able to become the master of the arena was already his limit. The mysterious Sakura versus Chase. When the voice drifted out, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was in an uproar. The 2 most mysterious masters of the arena were going to clash. This result also made Lin Ling's gaze turn serious. He wanted to fight Big Brother? I admit defeat. However, Sakura directly shouted, causing everyone's enthusiasm to be instantly extinguished. Each and every one of them were extremely depressed. How can you admit defeat? You're too despicable. You actually helped each other. Someone roared in anger, unwilling to accept this. You're not convinced, right? Get up here. Sakura stared at that person indifferently and then shouted in a domineering manner. His temper was even more insolent than Lin Ling's. Especially when someone dared to bully Lin Ling, he would even dare to poke a hole in the sky. Seeing this, that person immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the old man in the brocade robe received Lei Tianlan's order and said faintly, "You're all people with outstanding talents, so don't kill your opponents. Just win." Next it's still Chase. Lei Tianlan obviously didn't want the masters of the arena to suffer any more losses. After all, those masters of the arena might be under her control. Dreamflow versus Chase. When the second opponent appeared, the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain became even noisier. Dreamflow's heaven-defying strength is obvious to all. The sword used by Chase is also very sharp. I don't know who's sharper between the 2 of them. I think it's Dreamflow. Previously, there was also a swordsman who used his sword against Dreamflow. Unfortunately, after the sword was drawn, the swordsman's soul was frozen. Dreamflow's talent is simply invincible. Yes, I think so too. No one can break Dreamflow's talent. Many people's blood was boiling. Powerful geniuses had heaven-defying talents. When heaven-defying geniuses met heaven-defying geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. In fact, if anyone knew that Dreamflow's invincibility had been broken by Chase once, they would definitely not think so. Dreamflow. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was burning with fighting spirit. He was looking forward to this battle. After all, if his opponent was a nobody, Lin Ling wouldn't bother to fight. However, his opponent was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, so this battle would definitely be of help to Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, just when Lin Ling thought history would repeat itself in the Pride Tournament, Dreamflow spoke. What? He admitted defeat again. Everyone's mouth was wide open. The powerful Dreamflow was being chased, and he actually admitted defeat? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He guessed that even if he could beat Dreamflow, it would definitely not be easy. But Dreamflow admitted defeat? Because I know him, so I'll give him face. Dreamflow said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This made even more people unhappy. Was this the reason why Dreamflow admitted defeat? This was too disappointing. However, when their unwilling eyes fell on Dreamflow, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and dared not say a word. That was because Dreamflow's strength was unpredictable, and he had the ancient tomb behind him. If they provoked him, they were afraid that a large number of people would be obliterated with a single glance. Give him face. Lin Ling muttered to himself and didn't say much. In fact, Dreamflow was indeed giving face to Lin Ling because he had a feeling that he was still no match for Lin Ling, so he felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Everyone is giving way to you. Could it be that you have a secret? However, if you want to become the ultimate king of the arena, you still have to fight, so you'd better show your strength again and prove yourself. At this time, a heroic voice was heard. On the high platform, Marshal Yucheng spoke. Chapter 2646. A bunch of useless people. If your performance is good, my Heaven Tribute Battalion will also recruit you and make you a general under my command. Yucheng said again. He was a marshal, and his status was even higher than that of a commander-in-chief. Furthermore, he had the right to summon the heroes. I'm so envious. Seeing this, the eyes of many powerhouses without a backer turned red. After all, anyone who could become a general of the Heaven Tribute camp would be respected wherever they went. When they returned home, they would be able to return in glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion? Sorry, but he was also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. In terms of status and numbers, he did not fear Yucheng at all. Of course, his primary goal was to kill Lei Tianlan, so he didn't care about her arrogance. Vice Governor Pa Sui versus Pursuit. The final battle had arrived. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was determined to fight no matter what. After all, too many people had given in to him before. As for Governor Pa Sui, he was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list and was a Stage 4 True God, which was 3 levels higher than him. There was no hope for him to win. Don't kill him. Lei Tianlan seemed to know that she couldn't win the chase, so she emphasized. She didn't want the person she thought highly of to be killed. Since Commander Lei has spoken, I will naturally do as you say. Just 1 round of sparring will do. Governor Pa Sui still had to give face to Lei Tianlan, so he immediately nodded with a smile. After defeating the assassin, he had become the owner of the arena. Therefore, he was quite grateful to the mysterious person who had chased after him. After all, if it wasn't for Meng Lu and Sakura admitting defeat, then it was very likely that he would have encountered these 2 experts. Moreover, with the ferocity of those 2 experts, he didn't have the absolute confidence to win. Get out of here. I'll fight him. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was incomparably domineering, and it shook the void to the point that it echoed endlessly. Are you talking to me? Governor Pa Sui's pupils constricted in an instant. The other party asked him to get lost? He was quite bold. He wanted to see who this person was. Lightning Palm. The moment he turned around, a huge lightning palm slammed down from the sky. It was unstoppable and incomparably powerful. It's you, Holy Guardian. The water splitter governor finally saw the person who attacked. His face couldn't help but become solemn. He immediately erupted with his talent, causing the surrounding black water to overflow and flow. Countless streams of black water converged from all directions, rumbling like thunder. Only then did they manage to block that palm strike. However, his footsteps were also forced backward. He was pushed back 100 meters, and he was in a rather sorry state. You have some strength. You actually managed to block my lightning martial arts. Above the stage, Saint Taibao floated down with his hands behind his back. There was a strong domineering aura between his brows. Holy Guardian, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate me? Governor Pashui's face was extremely ugly. The other party had attacked him as if he didn't exist. He was a governor and ranked 30th on the heavenly transcendence list. How could he be humiliated like this? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Now, I want to fight and hunt you down. Get lost. Unfortunately, Holy Tycoon didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Governor Pashui with contempt. This made Governor Pashui's suppressed anger boil again. If the Holy Tycoon had shown him respect, he would have definitely given the Holy Tycoon some face. However, who knew that the other party would be so overbearing? He killed Xing Xiaobao before the chase, and this is the last arena match. Therefore, Xing Xiaobao took the initiative to fight, so he will definitely kill Xing Xiaobao. As expected of the Holy Tycoon, he actually made a move directly. He didn't even put the great ensemble in his eyes. We're in trouble. Everyone's eyes flickered. They knew why the Holy Guardian had appeared. Lei Tianlan's face darkened. The Holy Guardian was ignoring her Leian manner. It's up to you two to decide who stays and who leaves. In any case, either one of you will have to fight the pursuers. However, before Lei Tianlan could speak, Yu Cheng spoke on behalf of Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan pondered for a while and fell silent. Holy Guardian, I can give you face, but you must apologize to me. At this moment, Commander Pashui said again. If he left now, others would laugh at him and make him lose his dignity. Commander Pashui, don't think that you're the strongest. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. It's just that I don't want to participate in the great ensemble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram. Holy Guardian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You've gone too far. Commander Pashui couldn't stand it anymore, but the Holy Guardian immediately made a move. Previously, you used your talent to block my martial arts. Now, it's my turn to use my talent. After saying that, he directly used his mysterious talent. In the sky, 9 violent thunderbolts fell, forming a scene of 9 connected thunderbolts. Each of the thunderbolts was shocking and gave people a great pressure. I have an 8th grade awakened divine body. Once the violent thunderbolts come out, 10,000 gods will kneel down. Against you, Commander Pashui, I can defeat you with 1 thunderbolt. The Holy Guardian's right hand grabbed the sky, and a violent thunderbolt fell into his hand. Then he threw it out. Boom! The void exploded, and the clouds in the sky were all blasted into powder. A chaotic scene of the universe actually appeared. The violent thunderbolt was extremely terrifying, and the characteristic of this talent was the majestic explosive force. 8th grade awakened divine body. Commander Pashui's face changed dramatically. His hands moved quickly, and a black water god appeared above his head. This was his true god martial soul. At this moment, the true god martial soul held a long spear and attacked the violent thunderbolt. Commander Pashui has used his true god martial soul. His strength has increased again. People clenched their fists. They never expected that the final battle would be a clash between the Holy Guardian and Commander Pashui. However, these two were top experts of their generation. Their clash would definitely be exciting. Rumble. The black long spear collided with the violent thunderbolt, and a turbulent aura burst out. The warriors who were close to the arena were directly destroyed by the airflow. The clash between the two strongest experts of their generation on the heavenly crossing list was terrifying. Soon, Commander Pasui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even the true god martial soul above his head dimmed a lot. I admit defeat. Soon, Commander Pasui lowered his head and bowed. This was because he realized that although there was only one violent thunderbolt, it could cause 9 thunderbolts to explode. This was only one violent thunderbolt, but there were 8 more behind the Holy Guardian. Hence, there was no need to continue the battle. He admitted defeat so quickly. The difference in strength is too great. The arena was in an uproar. Commander Pasui was a 4th-level true god, but he admitted defeat when facing Holy Guardian, who was a 3rd-level true god. Holy Guardian's strength was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. He was the real 13 guardians. The ensemble of heroes is just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, Holy Guardian's disdainful voice drifted out. However, no one thought that he was crazy because he had only plucked one violent thunderbolt. If there were 9 thunderbolts, no one in the 4th-level true god realm would be able to stop him. Chapter 2647. He deserved the title. Chase him down, he's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads regretfully. The Holy Tycoon was obviously here for his younger brother, so he definitely wouldn't be able to survive today. Do you regret it? You actually killed my brother in order to enter the Lane Manor. You don't know the price you have to pay for killing my brother. Sheng Taibao glared at Lin Ling coldly, as though he was looking at an ant that he was about to slap to death. Of course, there was hatred and regret in his eyes. He hated that this ant had actually killed his younger brother, and he regretted that he had actually failed to protect his younger brother. So no matter what, he had to die with regret and pain in his heart. He'll probably beg for mercy. The only thing he can rely on now is the Thunder Manor. Lei Tianlan doesn't seem to say anything. Instead, Yu Cheng looks forward to being hunted down and killed. Alas, this hunting is so pitiful. That's right, it's easy for the Great Gathering to provoke other experts. To make a name for himself, he obviously took the wrong step. Many people had already guessed the next outcome. They even thought that Chase Kill would kneel down and beg for mercy and ask Lei Tianlan to help him. In fact, the reason why Lei Tianlan didn't say anything was that she had the same idea. She wanted Zhuai Sha to beg her personally. In this way, Zhuai Sha would be loyal to her. The price is only death. I thought it was a big deal, so you don't have to threaten me. I'm not like those trash. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused the eyes of many to tremble. The pursuit was actually so crazy? What a stubborn piece of trash. I hate people like you who make big mistakes but don't know how to repent. Holy Guardian did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. His anger burned even brighter, causing the stage to shake violently. Trash? Looks like you and your brother are both trash. When dealing with trash, I usually eliminate them directly and kill them every time I see them. Lin Ling sneered. The Holy Guardian was indeed powerful, but he couldn't kill a level 4 true god easily. Otherwise, he would have killed Governor Peshuai a long time ago. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident. You have a sharp tongue, I'll break all your teeth. Sheng Taibao roared. How dare he say that his younger brother is trash? His long hair immediately fluttered. His right hand reached behind his back and grabbed a wild lightning bolt. Then he threw it at Lin Ling. This lightning was extremely fast. When it exploded, it would form 9 rings of lightning that could destroy the 9 worlds. No one thought that the pursuit would be able to block the wild thunder, because even Governor Pasui could not block the explosion of the thunder. Break me? You don't seem to be qualified. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. Sheng Taibao was a rank 3 true god. Most importantly, his talent had reached rank 8. He was a truly formidable opponent. It was also because Sheng Taibao had the ultimate lightning way. He was much stronger than the experts of the flame world. Lin Ling stabbed out with his sword. The Azura sword formation was unstoppable, as if the sword formation wanted to sever heaven and earth. At the same time, his two dantians had completely merged. Is that all you've got? Let me destroy your sword. Seeing this, Xing Taibao roared out loud. His hands moved again and again. He actually plucked out wild lightning. Xing Taibao against Xing Taibao, he actually plucked out more lightning. This terrifying scene caused many people's complexions to change. Xing Taibao had to kill Xing Taibao no matter what. On the arena stage, wild lightning collided with the Azura sword formation. Sword light flowed like water, revealing its sharpness. It unceasingly cut apart the wild lightning. But the wild lightning continued to explode, turning the entire arena stage into dust. This terrifying collision undoubtedly caused many people to be frightened like cicadas in winter. This was the most terrifying battle in the Battle of Heroes. Go die! Xing Taibao's voice was like wild thunder, carrying with it a trace of savagery and madness. Universe change. Seeing that the Azura sword formation wasn't able to cut apart all of the wild lightning, Lin Ling's entire body began to emit flames, as if he had walked out from the flames. Of course, because he was wearing the scabbard and mask, the flame coffin behind him was also hidden. But his strength wasn't suppressed at all. Like this, his cultivation boundary had also reached the third stage of the World King realm. And most importantly, the universe change gave Lin Ling a terrifying speed. This was the speed of the four realms. This speed was even faster than the wild lightning. It had to be known that not only was thunder tyrannical, but it was also swift. To be faster than thunder, this could be called terrifying. What? At the base of Black Tortoise Mountain, the pupils of the powerhouses shrank. This was because they saw that Xing Taibao had actually dodged the bombardment of wild lightning. It had to be known that the arena stage had already been turned to ashes, so how could this chase have been avoided? A sword seemed to come from the horizon, bringing with it a bloodthirsty light. It appeared in front of Xing Taibao. At this time, Xing Taibao thought that Lin Ling had already died and was venting his anger. But soon, his pupils began to tremble. In his eyes, a sword light was drawing closer and closer. 9 Thunderlink. Roar! Xing Taibao roared out loud. The 9 wild lightning bolts behind him linked together, forming an impenetrable thunder pool. Borrowing the obstruction of the thunder pool, he madly retreated. Rumble! The tyrannical Song sword appeared in the thunder pool. The sword light seemed to be about to soar into the sky, stirring up the thunder pool. However, the thunder pool was extremely powerful, so it blocked the sword's momentum. At the same time, the two figures appeared in the arena. They looked at each other, and an oppressive storm swept across. This. Exclamation point. The crowd couldn't see through the previous battle at all because it was too fast. At this moment, their hearts were roaring, and their eyes were fixed on the arena. They saw that Xing Taibao was panting heavily, and his face was even more ferocious. When they looked at Xing Taibao again, he was wearing a large cloak and a black ghost mask. He was still as cold and ruthless as before. Xing Taibao is more powerful than we thought. Exclamation point. This scene undoubtedly made the crowd's heart explode. They thought that Xing Taibao was even weaker than Commander Pasui, but now they realized that Commander Pasui was no match for Xing Taibao. If the two of them fought, Commander Pasui would definitely be defeated, and there would be no suspense. Not bad at all. Exclamation point. Even Lei Tianlan and Yu Chengdu nodded slightly, seeming to be very satisfied. Meng Lu, did you know that he was so powerful? Yes. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong said with a solemn expression. Only she knew that Xing Taibao was the real body of Xing Taibao, and this was even more terrifying. Not long ago, Xing Taibao was only the strongest second generation, but now he could threaten Xing Taibao. This speed of growth undoubtedly moved her. However, Meng Lu shook his head. He was just relying on his intuition. Slap. At this moment, the sound of slapping also drifted in the air. Very well, the two of you are equal in strength. There is no need to continue fighting. Today's great ensemble first place is Xing Taibao. Slap. After the sound of slapping, a calm voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was Yu Qing who spoke. Marshal Yu Qing obviously acknowledged Sheng Taibao's strength and attached great importance to him. Chapter 2648. Truly Powerful. Get out of here. However, after Yu Cheng's words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Previously, if he couldn't block Holy Taibao's lightning, Yu Cheng would have ignored him and let him die. And now, Yu Cheng saw that his strength was not weak, so he asked him to stop? This was simply impossible for Lin Ling. He had no enmity with Holy Taibao. It was Holy Taibao's younger brother who wanted to kill him, and he, Lin Ling, was merely retaliating. However, Holy Taibao was enraged and attacked him out of humiliation. Now that it was a draw, was he supposed to pretend that nothing had happened? Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling's words not only caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise, even Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. You do have some ability to chase after me, but don't think that you can refute me just because you have some ability. Whoosh! However, just as Yu Cheng finished speaking, a sword shot over and stabbed heavily into the ground in front of Yu Cheng, causing it to hum without end. This was the Azura sword. It was also Lin Ling's doing. This sword represented Lin Ling's answer. Shut up. One had to know that Yu Cheng was only a marshal. He, Lin Ling, was also a marshal. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Moreover, he didn't like Yu Cheng's arrogant tone. How arrogant! At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yu Cheng, he was even stunned on the spot. It was as if she didn't take him seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who thought too highly of himself. Yu Cheng, don't interfere in their affairs. At this moment, Lei Tianlan suddenly interrupted. Yu Cheng, who had just stood up, sat back down angrily. Lei Tianlan stared at Lin Ling with interest in her eyes. She liked this kind of pursuit more and more. It was obvious that he was more decisive than Yu Cheng. He was someone who was going to do great things. As for Yu Cheng, although he wasn't bad, he thought that he was a genius and looked down on everything, causing him to be a frog in a well. His achievements were probably only at the marshal level. Lei Tianlan's man couldn't be just a marshal. Holy Taibao, you said that I killed your brother and you want me to pay the price. Then what is the price? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and unleashed his 4-realm speed. A sword pierced through the void and shot towards Holy Guardian. Let I tell you, every time I see trash like your brother, I'll kill him every time I see him. Lin Ling's is Lin Ling Li, is killing. Everyone held their breaths when they saw Hot Pursuit taking the initiative to attack. Previously, when Holy Guardian attacked, they thought that Hot Pursuit was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Hot Pursuit would draw his sword in the end? I dare you to say that again. Holy Taibao let out a roar. He was frantically gathering lightning. Clearly, he was about to explode from anger. Lin Yi his. Lin Cheng Lin, T. The sky was filled with Lin Ling's cold voice. Lin Ling respected Sheng Taibao for avenging his younger brother, but if he couldn't tell right from wrong, then Lin Ling would kill Sheng Taibao too. True God martial spirit. Holy Taibao was infuriated. His true God martial spirit descended. 9 lightning bolts circled around him, filling the sky with lightning snakes. At the same time, an imposing lightning god emerged from behind Holy Taibao. The 9 lightning bolts circled around him and landed on Holy Taibao's head like a crown. I'll show you how domineering an 8th grade awakened divine body is. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with Saint Taibao's voice. Many first-generation experts had solemn expressions. Although they were all first-generation experts, the difference in strength between them and Saint Taibao was too great. Indeed, none of the 13 gangsters lived up to their reputation. Can you still fight when you're being chased? After that, many people watched as Sheng Taibao was being chased. At that moment, Sheng Taibao had unleashed his true God martial spirit. How could the sword chase after him? You've unleashed your talent, but I haven't. It's just an 8th grade awakened talent. It's not enough to dominate Qingzhou. At the same time, Lin Ling roared. Billowing flames rushed out from his body like an erupting volcano. Wherever he passed, flames soared into the sky. Black Tortoise Mountain instantly turned into a flame world. Sheng Taibao's talent was 8th grade, but Lin Ling's talent was 9th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the inheritance of the flame world. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. Flame God, this is the true flame God. Sensing the terrifying aura, countless people's faces turned pale. Some of the weaker warriors even started to burn without any fire. Flame God was Sheng Taibao's trump card. This guy was a genius who cultivated both the sword Dao and the flame Dao. Second brother. Witnessing Lin Ling's flames with his own eyes, Sakura couldn't help but smile emotionally. Back then in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling had used flames to burn the heavens and earth and became famous throughout the world. Today, not only did his second brother not stop on the path of flames, but he had become even more powerful. Bang bang bang. As soon as the flame world appeared, Sheng Taibao's face turned pale. The lightning around his body started to burn. Lightning was tyrannical. However, Flame God wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Other than Lin Ling's talent being higher, Lin Ling's flames came from the most ancient flame world. As the flames soared into the sky, a sword shot out. The flame Dao and the sword Dao had completely merged. 9 Thunder King. Sheng Taibao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely be burned to death. In terms of realm, Sheng Taibao wasn't weaker than him. In terms of talent, Sheng Taibao was stronger than him. In terms of ultimate martial Dao, he couldn't compare to Sheng Taibao. He didn't have the right to be arrogant now. He didn't expect that there would be someone stronger than the 13 gangsters in this great ensemble. Therefore, he regretted it now. He even wanted to run away. After all, if he died, the Holy King Palace would have no descendants. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to run away now. The billowing flames mixed with the cold sword, one hot and one cold, brought along a chaotic melody as it attacked everything. The lightning was all burned. Sheng Taibao's true god martial soul dimmed. The 9 thunder crown on his head continued to explode. Bang bang bang. Then the lightning disappeared. Under the combination of Lin Ling's flame Dao and the sword Dao, it seemed like nothing could stop his attack. Boom. The endless sea of flames completely engulfed Sheng Taibao. A sword light flashed in the flames as if it was the fastest sword in the world. Boom boom boom. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the raging flames. When the martial artists below Black Tortoise Mountain saw who it was, their hearts trembled violently. Sheng Taibao had walked out. When the flames gradually dimmed, they saw a corpse lying on the ground. It was Sheng Taibao. The 13 gangsters had been defeated. Although they had guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes still gave them a huge shock. He's so strong. Many people felt as if they had been slapped in the face. After all, they thought that they would die for sure. This meant that Sheng Taibao had the strength to step into the top 30 of the Heavenly Crossing list. If Martial Governor Pa Sui fought with him, he would only be killed. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.